Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing the hunts indeed. We will eat him. We'll be doing the authentic Sinisty indeed, and as well as that we're gonna be doing Pumpkaboo. Hoping to find something today. Indeed. Would be very much appreciated indeed. And we're a little bit over odds on the Sinisty phase, but things happen like that indeed. Yeah, hopefully there indeed. And yeah, I don't know how long we're gonna be going today, but certainly for some time. Would like to say that we're gonna be getting a decent amount of checks done as usual. I think I'll put my goal at least, and I would be hitting 3k in the Pumpkaboo hunt, which would be 400 encounters. I think that's pretty decent. You know, so that's the bare minimum, you know. Yep. Just get into this then. Seems like I'm gonna be getting a this size to start. It's pretty cool indeed. Nice. Yep. You know, the hunt in the Sinisty is I know it's not too much overroads, but you know, whenever things go overroads, you're always, or at least I'm always thinking that, have I missed it already? Or I missed something in there? And you know, luck is like that sometimes, that sometimes you do be going quite a bit overroads. Yeah, I don't think I would like to say that I should have noticed. There would have been a different color Pokemon there. Good with them anyways. I mean, it's not like in Glimbo there is really any Pokemon that would be a subtle shiny, you know? As I said before, probably the most subtle of them all is Hattrem, and Hattrem is still recently noticeable. That's like the only one that doesn't like drastically change. I guess another one could be like Oranguru, but I don't know. I think the pig stands out quite well though. And yeah, there really isn't thankfully any subtle ones there, so I would like to say that it should be decently noticeable, you know. Hello there. What are you doing? I'm doing quite fine today, thanks for asking. Nothing too big going on. As it quite rare is that there is anything too bad going on. But yeah. Hopefully everyone is having a good day today anyways. I did do the exam yesterday. And at least at first glance it seems that I have passed it, which means that I'm done with that. But interestingly enough, it said that it might be taking up to a month to be like proven. Which is like very strange. Usually it's like 2 weeks. So it's like quite a good amount of time there. I would wish that it would be a little bit sooner, and I'm hoping that it is. I don't know about that teacher because right now it's like a free week. So I don't know how much he will be doing work then, you know. I would kind of wish that I would be getting the answer relatively soon. But I mean, everything goes as it should be. I should indeed be passing it anyways. And I think I need to contact the... or I'm gonna be soon contacting the other course that I did complete, because they did say that it's gonna be taking up to 2 weeks until they are like, you know, confirming that I've passed it. So I'm gonna be contacting the teacher there and seeing what's going on, because it'll soon be in 2 weeks. So yeah. Most likely everything is gonna be fine there. At least I did read like the instructions so many times, and I'm pretty sure that I did do things correctly myself. Because like some cases you need to be contacting the teacher yourself, and for that one it seems like no. So I'm gonna be checking out what's going on. I mean, I guess the worst case scenario would be that I need to redo the course, but I mean, it's not the end of the world if I would need to do that. It's a pretty easy one that I think I still remember like half of the things. So like, if that's the case, then I guess there is that one. I'm hoping that there's just some issues there, since there was anyways issues with that course anyways, because they did just like update things and that caused some issues, so could be bad. Yep. Indeed that there will be everything will be fine there. As I said, I doubt that there's gonna be any problems. You never know. One of the other things that we did do yesterday was that we did go ahead and help the elderly people once again. We did like we made the well to be like winter ready, because you know, kind of gets that the water is gonna be freezing and maybe the the mechanism wouldn't be really liking each. So it needs to be removed for the winter. You know, the usual that we do, like twice a year, like once put it down and then get it out there. Nothing too out of the ordinary from there. And then we fixed up their computer since it did have some issues. Thankfully nothing serious, it was just because the problem was that there was like so many parts that were like changed between the two, you know, versions, like before and after. So like because there were so many things that were changed, the computer didn't really know what to do. You know, the usual. It's like if you change everything at once, usually the computers, they don't really like that, but I mean, it wasn't too big of an issue. It's a little annoying to do, but nothing too bad though. Because we were probably being fine if we wouldn't have like indeed switched it up every single part, basically. But yeah, but you know, it works now, so everything is good. Everything is good indeed. And I will say that thankfully it wasn't too bad of a fix because I mean the worst case scenario would have been that for whatever reason, like that would have been like you know, files that would be corrupting. That's why it wouldn't be working, but like thankfully just an easy fix. But I'm nothing too bad though. Glad that the thing indeed is done, the course. Can chill out with that. And with that I'm mostly done with everything. As soon as I will be getting a confirmation that I have done the courses. There is only a few things to do. And then just like waiting a little while and time flies indeed. 3.5 years already done. Or soon. And 3.5 years done with that school. But still, like, probably for me, like, studying wise, it has been the nicest. Because I have been able to do, like, pretty much everything on my own pace, you know? I wouldn't need to be doing it. I wouldn't need to be doing too many things with strict, like, time limits, you know? So, can do a little bit whenever. Yes, I'm the type of person that gets inspired to do everything in the middle of the night. And you know, if you have school that is from, I don't know, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. I don't be the best. You know. Everything is fine. I just like it more that I can do things on my own, you know. Also, one weird thing that I did like see to be the case, though it isn't anything to do with me, but since there is like a day group for like the same thing that I was part of, but I then did switch into like I can do things from home and study from home. They did have like the big writing thing that I have been talking about. They did have the presentation day like before the summer started, like in May. I think like somewhere in there. And only right now do they need to be like, you know, returning it, which is like very strange because for us it was like, do it as soon as possible, please. So like it's quite odd because like the thing should be like almost ready when you are like presenting it. So like it's very weird indeed. But I mean, it do be what it do be though. It's fine. And I guess it could be also that because, I mean, if you ask me, I would at least like to be getting it done before there is the mandatory, like, you need to be going to work thing. Because, I don't know about you, but if I'm you know, doing work, I would like to do just the work and like be done with every other school thing. Or like not doing school things at the same time, you know? It could be just like a me thing, because I will say that that if I would be doing that, I would probably be forgetting to be doing the school things. Because I probably would be quite tired after the, you know, the work day is done. It's just interesting. And I mean, it's all just like, what is like the recommended timing, so like... You can be faster or slower. It's usually not recommended to be slower though than the recommended thing, but like... If things happen, then it's fine, you know? But yeah. Nice that things are going well though. You'll be contacting indeed a few other teachers anyways. Like seeing how I'll need to do a few things indeed. I guess I'm not completely sure about a few date things, like the which day things should be happening. I mean, even though it's not too big of a deal, because like there is always another chances, you know. Like I would like to get things done though. When I should be having them done. I don't know why, but I've been indeed having quite a good amount of issues the last few days that I've been hunting. Indeed, that for whatever reason the visible encounters or the overworld ones, whatever my things, they don't really want to show up. Like I need to be giving them quite a good amount of room. Like in some cases I understand it, but then again, if it is okay with them most of the time, why it is problem some of the time, you know? It's not as a big thing in the other place that I'm hunting in, it's a bigger problem in here because, you know, there's aggressive Pokemons. And as nice as they're shinies, you know, I'm not right now looking for them. So if I need to be waiting a little bit, going farther away, I might be running into some of the aggressive Pokemons indeed. But I will say I love that you can indeed be kind of isolating your hunts. It's like some ones that you can like pretty much completely like isolate. There's ones that you can like isolate quite well, you know. I will say, like, if you want a roly-coly, if you go into the route tree, the route before this and before the Galarmine 1 go to the end of that route, you're probably gonna just be seeing roly-colies. There is the, like, very rare chance that there would be a Trubbish there, if I remember correctly. But, like, pretty much every single time that you're gonna be seeing is gonna be roly-coly there. Like, I don't think that that adding a flash fire Pokemon would work because it's a pure rock type, but even if you would, I don't think that it would be that much helpful, honestly. I don't think that it would be too much helpful, you know. As I said, it's like almost all the time anyway there. So I don't think that it would really be helping to be like boosting the odds. Not a boosted one. Speaking of them, it's always funny to be going back and look at that people are complaining that it's broken. The boosted shiny odds. And like, I understand when people are saying that it's not really worth it to be KOing the 500 Pokemon. Completely understandable because yeah, it does give you better odds, but it's still gonna be only applied to only a small amount of time, you know. So is that's why, as cool of an idea it is indeed, I've talked about it before, but it's only really like smart to do for Pokemons that are already like relatively common. I know that the most recent one that I have done it for has been a the thing called Farfetch'd indeed, but like I did it more for the added bonus for being the next one on the line anyways than anything else. But yeah. It's a nice thing that there is though like a way to be like boosting, even though it's, you know, not guaranteed, but to boost the like rare Pokemon to be more likely there. Like after you have KO'd the like one before it, you know. It's very nice indeed. Nice to be appreciating it indeed. Yeah. I know it's kind of late to be doing anything like that, but I think it would be cool if they would be adding it into more games that you could kind of leave the encounter tables around. Maybe it's not gonna be working in all the places. Maybe it could be like in Sword and Shield only be working with like overworld Pokemons, you know? I mean, I would just still find it quite cool if you would be indeed be able to encounter the like rarer Pokemon more often. Even if it would be like just like a temporary thing that it's not really reliable to use too often, you know? You know, it would be making indeed some Pokemon to be more nicer to be hunting for. It's indeed quite annoying that most of the Pokemons indeed in a Sword and Shield that are rare, they are rare everywhere, so if you want to be hunting them in, you know, in good speed, you would need to be doing it in the like Masuda method or eggs anyways. It's indeed a shame, but I mean, I guess it makes the shiny more rewarding, but you know, sometimes when I'm hunting for like the Farfetch'd, I would wish that I would be able to encounter it a little bit more often. Be quite nice indeed. Like, it doesn't need to necessarily be anything too crazy, you know? But like, you know, a little bit of a boost. Just to press the home button. But yeah. Maybe they will be doing something like that one day. Again. There's like interestingly amount of like different ways to be like doing something to the encounter tables, but they usually are only in very few games, like very specific mechanics that might not be too well known, you know? So maybe if they would be a little bit more reliable and stuff like that, it would be nice. I'm always a little bit of missing though from Phantom with the texture that it has in Scarlet and Violet though. It doesn't really show that well when it's, you know, the regular one, of course. But oh jeez, does it look good when it's shiny and you can like actually see all the like cool carvings there. It's so cool and love it. Yeah. Is indeed one of the things that I hope that will be the future games. Nice textures. I don't know, it's just to me it makes so many Pokemon, you know, to be feeling that they are alive. And like, of course, make them more interesting than just, you know, just a color. I understand that they definitely wouldn't be able to really do it on sprites at all, like, just not enough room, but like... And maybe like 3DS couldn't be handling it, but you know, when switching to Switch, they very well could have been. I don't mind like the cartoonish look that there is indeed in PDSP, for example, it's fine with me. But I will say that Legends Arceus definitely did do quite nice things to, you know, the textures and such. It really did. Like, if you, I will say though, in Legends Arceus, if you are not like paying attention to like few things, you might not be noticing it. Like, definitely the bigger change is indeed in Scarlet and Violet, but I mean, they did indeed do a little bit of experimenting in Legends Arceus with it. Like, I'm more talking about like, not all the features that the Pokemon has feel flat, you know? Pokemons themselves should be having like quite a good amount of depth in them. Which is like very nice indeed. Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't mind myself the Legends Arceus textures. Still, I think the worst thing that really is in the game itself is that, you know, the day and night cycle. It is usually quite heavy on the Pokemon. And might make it seem like it's different colored, you know? That's like pretty much the only thing, but it was the problem in PDSP as well. And yeah. They did do some experimenting, like, still I would like to say that I like how Legends Arceus overall looks. Even though, you know, it's not the most realistic looking game, but I mean... I'm not that caring about that fact myself. I know that some people like realistic games, and then I think you just should be playing realistic looking games then. And not complain that not every game looks like they're the most realistic looking ones. And also how you would be making fictional characters to be looking realistic is another question. Like, surely if there's a cat or a dog, for example, maybe, you know, usually having fur. But like... I don't mind, like, myself, like, games that look, you know, more on the simple side. I guess it is kind of for me that I like more of like simple looking games anyways than like too realistic. Like, sure, like, I appreciate, as I said, the Scarlet and Violet textures, but like, I don't also mind how things are looking otherwise either, you know? Yeah, I don't know. There's very few like very realistic games that I first of all play. Second of all, that I would enjoy to play, you know. Like surely like in some games I don't mind it, it is kind of just a part and it has always been the game's thing. And I guess I also like more of the realistic games that aren't the super realistic kind, you know. Like I don't like the most super realistic games myself. So like it could be looking realistic, but it still could be like looking a little bit different indeed. And I mean I guess there's also a problem with like for me with like super realistic looking games is that you're kind of unsettling to me. Weirdly. Like if I'm playing a game I would like to be like, you know, not it looking like real life. But to be like highly detailed games look cool, yes. Yes they do. I still like when games have like that certain something, depending on the game, what it is. But having that certain something that like, you know, looks like it's a game. Also game, I don't know why, but I wouldn't mind to be getting another shiny spritzy. I don't mind it at all. Finding a Phantom would also be too bad, but yeah, I don't know. More of a feeling for a spritzy. Get a nice spritzy. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of in the thinking that I might be switching up, you know, since there is a little outline on the Kalimbo targets there, if I have called them. I'm kind of in the mood of that. Like some of them are fine, but I think I might want to switch like few of them up. I don't know what, but you know, switching them up. They don't look bad per se, but I mean, I also don't really like how they look, but it's gonna be a simple fix and probably one that not too many not too many people are paying attention to anyways, but you know, I could be switching it up because, as I said, like some of them I find that they look fine, but some are like, they could be a little better. Do there like necessarily need to be one? No, but kind of like that. That whenever I do be finding one on the stream, I will be highlighting it like that. Stretch, die. Well, isn't this lovely? There we go. Finally something, thank you. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know why, but I still would wish that some of the either the base forms or baby forms would be more common. Because like, oh god, you can definitely be like finding indeed like some baby forms in some games like absolutely everywhere. And I don't mean that they need to be like all over the place and everywhere, you know. I just sort of wish that like there would be in some areas in the games that if there's like baby Pokemons in the games, and like more of them would be like in a reasonable amount there, you know? Like easier to be found, kind. I would indeed appreciate it. And then there is like some base forms that like are almost impossible to catch, and it's easier to be getting the evolution instead. But I mean, it's probably gonna be always like that anyways. What can you really be doing for it? Nothing too much. I don't think so, at least. If they're not gonna be making a change like that themselves, of course, but we have to see, we have to see. I mean, it seems like that like every new Pokemon that they did introduce in Scarlet and Violet, they have like they're decently easy to find. There is some harder ones to be fighting, but usually you could just, you know, evolve it instead. So like it's not that hard to be finding that specific Pokemon. I also think that they did pretty decent job with most of the Gen 8 ones as well. There is indeed the regional variants that some of them I would wish to be a little bit more common than others. Mainly Farfetch'd and Ursula. I would indeed be wishing that those two would be a little bit more common, but I mean, they're still like decently easy to find. I will still be saying it that I kind of would wish that 3B would be found a little bit earlier in the game. I don't know where it could be. Do you know, a little bit earlier in the game? Yes, like it's a pseudo anyway, so it's gonna be a pain anyways. And like it doesn't need to be like too many gyms earlier to be available as well. Like maybe just like 1 or 2. Because it is indeed very unfortunate that if you would like to hunt for one, you're pretty out of luck. Indeed. You're pretty out of luck indeed. Because even with the highest chance, it's not really that high. And unfortunately, because of its typing, you can't really be boosting 3B to be a thing. That's why I like that it's a little bit easier to be encountering in Scarlet and Violet. And I mean, most of the base form pseudos, they are quite bad. So like, it doesn't bother me that they would be, you know, a little bit easier to find. But yeah. I know the pseudos have like kind of always been like a late game thing. And it's okay and fine, but at the same time, like, why couldn't they be a little bit more often be found? Just like, maybe they would be available like after the 6th patch. Like, that would still be like quite late into the game. But like, still like, it is, you know, there. Because I'm pretty sure that you can't be getting 3P at all in Sword and Shield before you have gotten every single badge. You can get access to the area. Or maybe it's the 7th badge, but still. Because the thing is that you can be capturing Pokemons that if they're not gonna be obeying you, you can't catch them in these games. Which is fair enough, it's just very unfortunate that you'll be getting access to the Lake of Outrage. Like, not that early on, but you know, still in a point that you really can't be catching things in there. But I mean, there are only few things indeed that I can think of to be annoying to catch in these games. And as I said, pseudos, they have kind of always been the thing. Always a little bit more on the annoying side. They're pseudos, so but still. Yeah, I don't think that too many Pokemon like that are new that are like obvious that they are rare to find or rare to find. Like, of course, it makes sense that you can't be catching like Paradox Pokemon, you know, everywhere. But like, I think that most of the like newly added Pokemon are decently easy to be seeing. Maybe the only one that I could consider to there's only few Pokemons that are from like previous generations that I could consider that it would be nicer if they would be a little bit easier to be found, and they are Sunkern and Happiny. But yeah, still they're not that bad to be, you know, seeing them there though. If you want to hunt them, then maybe that could be a little bit more of an issue, but like, you're just looking for like one to your decks. It's not that bad. There is few guaranteed spots for each. Which is also a thing that I like quite a bit, that like even if a Pokemon is somewhat rare in Scarlet and Violet, it usually has like a guaranteed spot where it is spawning in, so like if you want to be using it or you want to be using a if you want to be using it on your team or using it to fill the decks, it's not too bad. Shiny hunting wise it is bad because they're like guaranteed to be what they are. So it's not that likely that you will be able to get them to be the shiny one. Yeah. It do be quite decent though, it do be. I don't think that meow should be respawning. Sometimes when they do indeed be running into walls in certain ways, they might be weirdly be or despawning indeed. That one should be fine. Like in some cases it is indeed the case that you think that it shouldn't be despawning and it is, and you're just like, it's interesting. I wonder why they did do it like that. I guess because they want to be having like specific Pokemon be in a specific spot, you know? Because I don't know. In my opinion, if it's not like actually like it can be getting it into the spot that it should be in, I think it should just be staying there and taking its time to be going back to the original spot. Yes, what's really the reason to despawn it, you know? What do be the reason be? Okay. There we go. And yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be finding the thing that you're looking for, or at least get something as usual. Do be hoping indeed. It's always so nice to be getting something. But yep. Yesterday I did like order a pizza indeed, which was like I have ordered the pizza before and it's like fine and everything. The only problem that I really have with it is that it has mozzarella in it, and it just seems like it's just cutting, like the whole mozzarella, it's just cut into 4 pieces and slab onto the pizza, and it's like just, you know, big chunks, and it doesn't taste the best. So I would kind of wish that they would be having a little smaller pieces there. Unless like the only big like issue with me is that just, you know, just having a big piece of it is just that you know, it's gonna be a few bites just basically each, and also because it's added after it has been in the oven, it is cold in the middle. Or not like fridge cold, but you know. I would like it to be in smaller pieces and it would be overall like warmer. I mean, surely could I be cutting it myself into smaller pieces? Yeah, but at the same time, like, it is kind of awkward though. They are just having like big chunks. And that's honestly a shame because other than that, I really like the pizza, but it's just like, why it is in such big pieces, I don't know. I really don't know. Also, I don't know how long it was ready yesterday when we did pick it up, because like we ordered it on the way home. But I would assume that it would be maybe ready for like few minutes, but they have like a website that they have, and you know, you can check out what is in the status with it, like when it's gonna be ready and such. And it's the usual problem that they are not like marking it down when it's ready. It's always an issue though. I mean, it isn't too bad, of course. They are keeping it in a place that it is staying like relatively warm, you know, so it's not the end of the world. It's just sometimes I would just wish that the times would be correct. I mean, it's not as bad as it is indeed to order from one app though, that if you're like over 10 minutes away from the place, they're like saying that, are you sure you want to order this? You're over 10 minutes away from here. And like, we always need to be waiting there for like 5 more minutes after we have arrived, and it takes us maybe like 20 minutes to go there. So it's very annoying that the application is saying like, you're too far away. I mean, I get it, like, if you're like ordering a small amount, then, you know, it might be ready, you know, in the 10 minutes. But at the same time, like, the things that we order, they all, like, they themselves take over 10 minutes to do. So, like, there is no way that they're gonna be done in the 10 minutes. And usually that place is always busy, so, like, that's the reason why it's always gonna be taking a while. And I would kind of wish that it would be taken into account, like, how busy the place is usually at that time. You know? I would wish that indeed. I mean, it definitely could be worse. But I mean, the thing is that most of the places in here wait at least, like, 10 to 15 minutes before, like, they, in quotes, throw the food away. Like, then you can't be, like, picking it up anymore. So, like, it's just this weird like that, though. That's why I like the apps that you can, like, set either a time that, like, when you can indeed be setting the time that you would be, like, into picking it up, so, like, then, you know, the app can't be complaining to you that you're too far away. So very nice indeed. But yeah. Could be worse, could be worse. It is still quite nice though. As I will say, since like, especially since like the applications for restaurants have been like a big thing, I very rarely order from the store, or the restaurant in this case. Because, like, I just would like to go there, pick up my food and go back home and eat, you know? Because I'm the type of person that likes to eat at home, preferably. I don't really like to be eating in a restaurant myself. So yeah, that's for me personally a very nice thing indeed. I also like the thing that is in some of the places. Of course, it doesn't work in every place. But in some of the places there is like, you can order from like inside the restaurant in a like a machine yourself. You don't need to be talking to the dude there to be ordering things. That's a very nice one as well. I am lovely thing that is going on nowadays. Can do so many things without. If you would like to, you can do so many things without needing to interact with the employees there. And also with like, you can like choose from a machine like what you want to order is also like, for me I guess nicer, because then I don't need to be like stressing out that I need to be ordering fast so other people can, you know, order things. So like I can choose everything there, and if I want something's removed, it's easier to remember. Because most of the time, if I will be ordering a burger, I will be removing the onions from them. I know that most of the places don't use red onion, but like some places do, and I don't want to risk it myself with red onions. And also it really depends on the place, because some places they like use like nice onions, and some places like use whole like raw onion rings. It really depends on the burger as well, like does it really, you know, taste nice there? But yeah. We do be fine. I'm also quite surprised that today is like quite a sunny and relatively warm day, I guess. I mean, at least it's sunny, so that is, you know, a little bit warm than, you know, usually lately being quite cloudy, and I'm surprised that the cat isn't, you know, being there. I mean, I have like noticed that our cat doesn't like, she likes to be like, you know, in the sun. That doesn't bother her. But sometimes if it's like too bright, she doesn't want to be there. And for whatever reason, like right now it's like very bright sunlight. It could be because, you know, it's starting to be winter time, so the sun is overall like lower compared to when it's, you know, summertime. I guess I will still say that it is funny to say that when it's winter you're probably gonna be needing sunglasses more. Because it's more likely that the sun will be hitting to your, you know, hitting to your view because it's lower. Which, like, it makes sense, but it's also, like, very silly to think about that. You know, it's not that sunny in here when it's, like, winter times. But then the sunglasses would be the most effective still. Yeah, of course it could be differing from person to person, but I'm not the kind that if I know that it's sunny to be watching too much upward. Yes, I would like to not stare at the sun. Mostly because like I'm one of those people that if like they stare at the like light source, like sun in this case, I will be having, you know, the little dodge for quite some time. And also, like, of course, it's not healthy to be staring at the sun. Surprise, surprise. Honestly, as nice as the sun is, it is quite unhealthy to be, you know, in the sun. Of course, it's necessary to be having it because, you know, it would be quite cold without it, but it's quite dangerous. And I know that I have been told as a kid that, you know, sun isn't like the, you know, the most healthy thing to be in. But at the same time, I think it should be more of a thing that will be taught to kids. It could be because I was the kind of kid that, you know, my parents really wanted me to be outside kind of kid. That I know, you know, the dangers of it quite well. Like, I think it should be, like, more touched upon, like, early into the life. Because, you know, there's so many things in life that you're not gonna be seeing the effect of it before you're, like, old. And, you know, most of the time it's too late then. So, like, it would be quite nice indeed. Be quite nice indeed. You would be able to see it. That's why I guess I like some of the classes in school that, you know, that talk about a thing that is, you know, not too healthy, and then they like actually like demonstrate like why it's not, you know, healthy. Because then you can like actually see what it does. It wasn't done in too many things though, because, you know, it's quite expensive and not really too necessary. But I mean, it's nice to see. It's quite nice to see indeed. But I mean, there is, I guess, also the problem that, like, how can you show it to, you know, young kids as well, you know? I think that is indeed a little bit of an issue. But then again, there's like... I think it was the case for me as well. That, you know, you need to be inspecting what frog is like. Which I like... I know that there was so many people that were grossed about it, but... I mean, I did enjoy it, but I mean... At the same time, I didn't bother it. I wasn't bothered by it, but... It's quite strange. Like, I understand the thing with it, but at the same time, like... Why though? Because I don't think that it was ever, like, said, like, why it is a thing. Like, why do we need to be learning it? Alright. running from it, I don't know. It's just a weird thing. But yeah, it do be what it do be. Schools are weird at times. That's why it's nice that some things have changed and aren't really a thing anymore. Which also reminds me of like certain games that like kids used to play that probably wouldn't be allowed to be played anymore. Or at least if they are allowed to play them, they need to be having a different name on them. Because there was certainly quite a good amount of interesting named games that I did play as a kid that wouldn't probably be rolling today anymore. And there was some that like I never really understood like why it needed to be like change the name for that like game that kids did play, because like there really isn't anything like too offensive about it. Like probably there is in every single game there is something offensive if you go deep enough, but like for those I don't think that there really is in any way, shape or form. But then again, it's probably some of the games that like we couldn't like play anymore as well, because even though they are not necessarily dangerous, but you know, people could still get hurt. I mean, isn't that the case with everything though? But yeah. But I guess things are being looked more into nowadays. Which is good, but at the same time... then... in some situations, even though I think kids... they should be, you know... thinking a little bit more what they do, but at the same time... I don't think that we should restrict them too much. Let them be, you know, a little bit... Actually, there's some things that, like, aren't acceptable, and that's the fact, but... you know, for most things, they could be... just, you know, doing things... But yeah, I think it was like at some point very hilarious that I don't remember in which school it was. But in one of my schools that I was in, like the kid did get hurt quite often and stuff like that. And the kid was like laughing about it and everything is fine, but then the parents were very mad at the school that why aren't they doing more things? But like it could be because I was kind of taught that way that you know, if you're doing things you're probably gonna be getting hurt kind of a way. Doesn't really translate too well in English, the saying that we say, but that's basically it, that if you're doing something you're probably gonna be getting hurt. Which is true. So like... And I mean, I don't think the kid never really did get like, you know, actually really hurt like that, like in serious ways. But I guess the parents were just very protective, which can be harmful at times. But yeah, it do be what it do be. But yeah, I remember that it was very weird to me as a kid also that, you know, we did have, you know, some like, you know, things as we do, because necessary things to be getting kids moving. It was weird to me that quite a good amount of times when we were like younger, we did just like play the games that we would be playing on our breaks. I understand, like, we were like from 9 to 12 years old in those. But then again, why couldn't we just play some football, for example? It could be partially because, like, so many things that I was in school, indeed, from like from the 5th grade to the 6th grade, like the whole school pretty much was, you know, being like reworked on, you know, getting some upgrades and such. It could be partially because of that, but still it's strange. Also that construction work there did go for like 5 whole years. At least. Which is like, you know, fair enough, because it was done at the same time as the school was like going on there at the same time, so they couldn't really be working on too many things at once. Of course they did like some of the works over the, you know, the summer break, so they could get like good amount of things done then. It was like very interesting though that quite a good amount of the 5 years was indeed just the construction work there. Because they like almost completely remodeled the whole school. And it looks nothing like I remember it. I was there for one of my necessary school things that I need to be having, like doing like actual work for a week. Or was it 2 weeks? I don't remember. But yeah. Was interesting. Was interesting indeed. I remember when, you know, the school did get under the construction indeed. There was like some temporary like you know, the trailers that usually sometimes the like workers are having their breaks in when there is like construction work done. There's quite a good amount of those that didn't like was used to be having some classes in because, you know, half of the school was under construction. It was interesting. I only did have myself like music class in them. I remember that like one of my friends was like their home like class was in one of those, and I remember that they did complain a lot that it was quite cold in them. Which is, you know, fair enough, because, like, surely there was, like, heating, but, like, it isn't really the best. That was one of the only places that we were ever allowed to be wearing jackets inside because of that. Because it could get, like, very cold. You know? It do be what it do be. Was quite fun indeed. Probably still one of the weirdest things for me is because even though there usually is like a kindergarten or something like that nearby, I think that was only a kindergarten, that one. Yeah. Yeah, usually there's a kindergarten like somewhere close to like school, so you know, when the kid goes into the kindergarten they can then switch to the school there, you know. Usually there's a preschool as well that you go ahead and go first to, but you know, things like that. But it was interesting because, as I said, usually there is nearby one, but it was like that kindergarten there was on like basically like at the school grounds, which was quite interesting. Like, nothing wrong with it, it's just like very interesting because usually they are at least like, you know, a little bit to the side, you know, like sharing the same yard pretty much. I mean, because the way that, you know, the place did work, they were smart, so if like the school was having a break, they weren't outside themselves, you know. It could be because the kindergarten slash preschool that I did went to, like, did have a huge building all to itself and like a very good amount of space and everything like that. I mean, it's understandable that there is like smaller places as well. It could be because it was so big, because there really wasn't any other ones like nearby that I went to, which would make sense. And of course it also depends on if the place doesn't usually have like too many like families with kids in them, like why then bother having one there, you know? As from what I have heard, like quite a good amount of people, how they did do it was they did like drop out the kids somewhere nearby, like where they either where their work is or into a place that was like on the way to the work, which is like smart. Because like does it really matter that much? But yeah. I do remember that I didn't like too much of my kindergarten slash preschools. I was quite a person back then. Was quite a person back then indeed. Yeah, was a very annoying kid. Is how I see it nowadays. But yeah. I mean, I guess I could have been worse, but... And I probably assume that they have seen worse, but... I wasn't the nicest. I wasn't the nicest indeed. And I don't know why, but I was kind of the kid that, you know, since there's like nap times and stuff like that, I never was really tired when they were a thing. Like at the time that they were. So like, I was just kind of rolling in the bed for like the hour or something like that, that it was nap time. It could be because even though I understand like why it is like placed in the place that it was, like we did like the way that I remember it going was that like we did each just before each. And you know you get energy from eating. So like that could be part of it, you know? But then again, I don't really know. I just remember that most of the time I wasn't too sleepy when it was indeed nap time. Which was indeed a shame because like, if I remember correctly, at least most of the time, like the place that I was in, like some places like were like if the kid doesn't sleep it's fine, they can get out of there, but like the place that I was in most of the time it was like that, and I was just then getting bored in there doing nothing. As I said, I completely understand why it's a thing, but like I just wasn't tired. So for me, it was just a boring like hour to an hour and a half. This just was what it was. And yeah, it will be like that sometimes. Funny things indeed. But it was fine though. And I guess I was also fortunate to be in the kind of places that I'm pretty sure that they did close at like 6 p.m. and usually the work, like if you're in like in the day job, which is for us, it is usually said to be 9 to 5, but for us it's from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So like you have quite a good amount of time, even though you might be having some overtime. And I guess I wasn't there too often as well, because both of my parents were in like having the kind of jobs that they could be having, like jobs in the morning, in the day, in the evening, or at the night. Like both of them were like that. So pretty much the only time that I needed to go into like kindergarten was if they both were at work at the same time. Which did happen, honestly, relatively often. Like they usually at least like 3 times a week I would need to go there. But it do be what it do be. Because unfortunately, even though I have like older siblings, but you know, they have school. So they did have school, so they couldn't really be watching me or my younger brother. Because they weren't at home, and I guess also they wanted to play it safe and just, you know, just to the kindergarten, which is understandable. It's a good ways to make kids to be social. I will say that, but I don't think that it really helped me that much. I don't really think, but it's a good way. I still remember, I don't remember like where were we, but I remember that in one winter we were in a place probably celebrating something, but I don't remember anything about it really at all. But I remember that it was winter, and you know, we were going down the, you know, hill and whatever that was nearby. It was the funnest thing ever. And I remember that for whatever reason there was like a dude with a baby that was probably like maybe 2 months old at that point. And for whatever reason they wanted me to hold it. It's very weird because like maybe I was like 8? And I mean, I know that I was like not that bad of a kid at that point anymore, but I wouldn't have trusted myself at that age with a kid. Especially because like from what I remember, that kid was like very sensitive. So it really didn't like that I was holding, you know. Yeah, it was a weird experience indeed. I do remember like some parts of the day, and I remember that it was a fun day. It's just I would like to wish to know and remember like why we were there, and honestly more like where were we? Because I can't remember that either. I mean, I was young, so like makes sense that, you know, you don't remember everything, but it's very frustrating. I mean, I guess I could be asking my parents, but then again, I don't think that they would either remember. I guess it would be helping if I would remember, like, actually, like, what age I was. Because like 8 years old is like my guess, because I remember that my younger brother was walking at that point. So like it couldn't be really, it can't be like that much like before I started school because of that. Like it could be like maybe a year. And also that's why I'm thinking that it was like probably like when I was 8, because I'm pretty sure that we haven't moved at that point yet. And also because I remember it like somewhat well. I mean, then again, there is like random things that you might be remembering when you were very young, but usually there is a reason for it. You know? Like getting stuck in to the toilet in a cruise ship. To be honest, I don't necessarily remember quite well what age I was, but I think it was when I was in the first grade, so 7 or 7 most likely indeed. And like, I still remember because like there was, you know, a woman there. And like she was very surprised like how calm I was, like I was like like weirdly calm, like we're like being locked in. uh It's funny sometimes. How life can work. But honestly, I will say one thing though. And I think thanks to me moving here, like apart from all the other things that did happen from us to move here when I was like younger, I think I probably wouldn't be this good at English. Weirdly enough. Like it wasn't like I only studied English in there for like half a year before we moved in here. But when I like moved in here, they were like talking about a lot of things that I had no idea about. So like it seems like they were going a lot faster like with things. And of course there's the thing, because it's not like set in stone like what you need to learn and when specifically. There might be some things that you need to be teaching for a certain grade. But it's not like set in stone that you need to be teaching this and this at this exact day. So it could be that if you're, I guess, lucky enough to be like moving from school to school, that you learn the same thing twice, because the other school did it in the other way around. Which is honestly a reason why it's, of course, not the smartest thing to like switch schools in the middle of the school year. Because you might just not learn something that would be, you know, good to learn. I mean, I guess if you would really like to learn it, you could, like, say something, but, like, as a kid, do you really want it? You know? And slash, are you even thinking about it, you know? You just might find it odd that they are studying it. That's why I kind of would wish sometimes that they would be having like set in stone like what do you need to learn at what point of the school year. But I mean, it do be what it do be. Don't you love those days that you're very thirsty, but when you drink something, it's not helping? And your mouth straight away feels dry. Oh boy. I mean, I did notice that like last night. I did indeed. And my mouth open pretty much the whole night because my nose is not really in the... like I could be breathing through it. Can't really be breathing through my nose. So clogged up. But I mean, could be worse indeed. Yep. It do be. No pumpkin booze. Mean. Very mean. How dare you, game? I have a harvest Pokemon in front then, like... I know that those don't despawn, like, at all. But... still... what are you doing, game? What do you be doing, you silly little game? One thing that I would kind of wish to be again in Pokemon games would be that, you know, not so subtle like hints for new Pokemons. Or like Pokemons in like somewhere in the future. Like, sure, it's cool to be seeing, you know, like some references to like new Pokemon from like older generations. But I kind of would wish that they would be doing it more. It could be because Muna has been on my mind quite a bit lately, and you know, Generation 1 there was more or less a hint for each. So like something like that again would be nice. Again, I don't really know, will they be doing anything like that? 'Cause they are doing like more of a visual thing nowadays. Like there has to be like posters in previous games. I still think that it's the most hilarious thing that people have been pointing out how there was a hint for Scarlet and Violet. Because in Legends Arceus, in some of the flower patches, there is like scarlet and violet colored flowers. And I mean, yes, scarlet one is quite close, but the violet one's not that much. uh. But yeah, it do be funny like that indeed. But yeah, even though I know that like Gen 5 was a reboot for the series, kind of, I will say though that I would have kind of wished that more Pokemon would have been unique in that generation, because there was like bunch of like Pokemons that were like some generation one Pokemon pretty much redone, you know? Gen 1 Pokemon the remake to be on Gen 5, so it would have been nice if like there would have been more unique Pokemons. They were still a decent amount, but then again, you could always kind of be looking for a similar Pokemons on each generation, and there's honestly a decent amount of like repeating ones. Not that much, but still like a decent amount though. But yeah, maybe one day. Maybe one day indeed. Be getting like a cool hint for a generation at some point. Pokemon revealed. But I also really hope that they are gonna be... They're not gonna be overusing it, but like give still some more things to be going with the Pokemon lookalikes, like the Toad School and Wiglet and stuff like that. Because honestly, it's interesting to think about that there was only 2 regional variants in Scarlet and Violet. Compared to the last few generations, there was like a ridiculous amount. I also wonder, like, I understand of course that for Kitakami there wouldn't be a regional variant for Paldea because, like, you know, different region. But I wonder if in the next part we'll be getting another, like, a regional variant. If it's like having some parts of it in Paldea, you know. And they didn't do it much with this in Sword and Shield with like the DLCs. I mean, it was nice though. It was quite nice indeed. I don't know. It definitely would have been nice if they would have made more regional variants in Scarlet and Violet. I mean, they did you 3 different Tauros, I guess. Isn't this just strange that there was indeed, especially in Sword and Shield, there was quite a bit. I'm more thinking because like, you know, since most of the Alola forms, they were unfortunately just with Gen 1 ones. Like, definitely not all of them. So I guess that kind of just like, I tend to just forget like how many there is. There was a decent amount though. But I think it's just because there were so many like different generations in like in Galore to be having regional variants that like I think there is more. And also another thing I guess could be because like even though there isn't like too many version exclusive like regional variants, but in Sword and Shield the regional variants that if they are version exclusives, they have different typings, so they like stand out a little bit more. Because the only one that I can remember right now in Alola forms was 2 ice types. They're caught in like the same area, which isn't too bad on its own. It's just I would have personally wished that we would have had different typings, you know? Because right now I can only think of those 2 to be version exclusives. I know that there was the regional, or another regional, the some of the first. It's not a Titan. It's a totem. The first totem Pokemon was different. So like, it's cool. And like, could it be more? Could be more indeed. I mean, at the same time, like, some of the ones they definitely shouldn't be like version exclusives. Like Alolan Radicha shouldn't definitely be like version exclusive. You know. But like, as annoying as they are, be nice. And like, it is indeed a thing. As I said, I would have just wished that there would have been more variety in them. With the version exclusives in Alola. Not saying that they are bad, it's just interesting. Very interesting. Oh, you don't want to be spawning anything new. Oh, well, I tried. guess there's certain things indeed that I have, as I said, recently been noticing about Sword and Shield that are a little bit on the frustrating side. But I mean, they're not that bad at the end of the day, you know. Like as I said, probably the worst thing that lately has been an issue for me is that Pokemons aren't like respawning, like there isn't a new one isn't spawning in. And I guess I'm paying a little bit more like closer attention to things. Also, I was very smart last night. I was like thinking that, you know, I was, you know, hunting in the first forest area of the game, aka the Slumbling Weald, or whatever my thing. Was hunting there, you know, I had a damn Pokemon in front because, you know, I know that there's the Galarian Weezing that, you know, has self-destruct. I was like, yeah, I will be having that. Then I just, like, I was starting to think about the night before. I was thinking that it has neutralizing gas. And, like, I'm thinking that, like, I kind of know what it does. Or I might be mixing it up with something, but I didn't think too much of it at first. But then I looked up to it more last night. And I'm glad that I did, because neutralizing gas doesn't care about abilities. So if it would be shiny and it would be having neutralizing gas, my damn Pokemon wouldn't be doing anything. So yeah. Then I was thinking, like, I know that there is impression is a thing, or like I could be switching the ability of each. Like I could be doing the switching its ability, but I thought that like I'm just gonna be catching a Gengar, have it learn Imprison, and then it should also self-destruct. And then once I was done with it, you know, setting it up, I did save, because, you know, I don't want to set it up again. And also I did go like near a dude. So like I was like, I'm gonna test it out. I did use Imprison, and I like spammed other things to see that if it's gonna be using self-destruct or not. And it didn't. It started to struggle. I was like, yeah, I did things correctly. And I'm so glad that I did check it out, because otherwise it could have been bad. It's like, I know like neutralizing gas is a new ability, so I was thinking that I might just be mixing it up with something. It could be because I was kind of thinking like the neutralizing gas, like for whatever reason I was thinking that it was like close to like Cloud 9, because I don't really see it to be in an effect too often, neutralizing gas. So like, I mean, good to do, because it would have been quite upsetting. I know that it's not everyone's favorite shiny, but I don't know, I like it. I know that it is indeed for some people like disappointing that it doesn't look like the regular shinies. But I mean, how many regional variants have the same shinies as their usual, you know? They're like regular ones indeed. But yeah, I like it. It could be better, but I'm kind of just thinking that, you know, it's just, you know, a dirty chimney kind of a thing. Even though it would technically be on the inside, but I kind of like it. Does it work the best type-wise? No, but it do be by the goofy little fella, you know. It's like, I understand like why, because of it having the neutralizing gas. Like, why does it like appear in the forest? But it's also like a little strange that it is there, you know? Not like a first place that you would think, like, for me a Pokemon based on a chimney would be. It's not strictly based on it, but like, that is how I see it most of the time. It's just a very interesting looking chimney. It's interesting also that it does have fairy type on it. I don't mind it per se. It's just very interesting. Could be because of me, I just think that it could have been indeed a part steel type as well. But like, I don't mind either way. I'm just wondering like how long is neutralizing gas gonna be their signature ability though? I mean, it could be for quite some time. I mean, I will say though that's probably the only one that it does make sense to be in. For having away this... is indeed a Galarian wheezing. It doesn't really make that much sense on coughing and the regular wheezing. It's fine, but not that much. There we go. Yeah, another thing that I would wish to be the case in the future as well, which seems quite likely that it's going to be, is that more of not just a normal, like the regular one of like Pokemons that have like different like looks would be like easily available in the wild. I know it was very much of a thing in Scarlet and Violet that like you can find a bunch of colors for Tatsugiri, for example, which is like very nice. And it's not like you're hard to find or anything like that. It was also really much of a shame that like still like so many like not the like the default one are harder to find. As I said, like I would like that indeed if like in more places you would be able to find a different size of Pumpkaboo, but especially the evolution. Because unfortunately it's kind of just in the wild to be available the average size one. Which is, as I said, the default one for this one, so makes sense. Also very unfortunate. Like, Imagine if you would be able to do things like that indeed. Also, I don't know why, but there's like some hunts that I will say that I'm interested in doing, but of course I need to first like research, are they even, you know, available to be hunting. I'm sure that like most are, that I'm thinking, you know, or like see like what way that I would be able to do them. I know that there is better places for like hunting for the Galarian Stunfisk, but I'm kind of tempted to be doing it with the, you know, in the forest with the, what are they like then when they are in the ground, disguise themselves as bear traps. I know that they are available in other places as well, a little with a little better, you know, encounter rate. Also, they're available in there in the random grass. Low chance, but magnet pull is a thing, but then it also increases the chances for a who is it? What is it? Dude. The dude is called Corviknight. It wouldn't be too bad though. It could be because I'm a little bit afraid, because if I have a magnet pull Pokemon in front, I can't really be having imprisoning Pokemon in front at the same time. At least with the current setup. And I don't think that it's possible anyways. So unfortunately in the random grass there is always the possibility for the Galarian wheezing. And damn, it's not always enough. And you know, so that could be the reason why I probably don't want to do it in like the random encounters ones. I would like to do like the, you know, the ones that will be trapping you in instead. But I indeed need to be looking more into them, like how to hunt them. So I'm sure that you can hunt them. I know that people have been hunting them in the Galar Mine Shoe, where they are available. But I indeed be needing to look into it a little bit more, you know. To be seeing how I will be tackling it. And is it even a reasonable thing to do? But I like it so much, the way that they like indeed be attacking you though. Very like unique things. We'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Soon hit my goal of 400 encounters indeed for the Pumpkaboo. But I mean, I kind of knew that it would be a little too low, but I mean, always good to be setting goals to be a little bit lower end. So then you feel good that you can be going a little bit over. I mean, in this case, I probably will be going like double it, but you know. This case, indeed, it might be the case. Any progress is progress, though. Yeah, I don't know how much I will be hunting this hunt this week, but I'm kind of also hoping that I would be... I know it's a long shot, but I would kind of wish that I would be able to be done with this Pumpkaboo hunt this week. I mean, it's definitely quite likely that I will be hitting the odds anyways. So, like, for that reason, it is quite likely indeed. Because, like... if I will be doing 800 today, I will be at 3,400. So, like, if I will be doing 800 the next time as well, like, easy odds hitting thing indeed. And I guess it really depends on, like, do I do this, like, 2 more times this week, or do I do it only once? I guess it really depends on how I'm feeling, of course. I don't know, I would like to do a on this week on RQs as well, you know? I don't know when though. Guess tomorrow will actually be a day that I'm not planning on doing any shiny hunting. I will indeed be finishing up the badge quest, which hopefully will be going smoothly, and I'm hoping that I only need to be doing some leveling up for our max. I mean, my Pokemons are like level 60 or something like that, most likely. So leaks shouldn't be an issue, but the final fight might be. Trying, of course, to be getting good enough friendship with dudes, so they could be surviving with friendship. I guess that definitely didn't help me out the first time around. No, you don't beat. But I don't know. I guess it really depends on, of course, on the team that you're having, but I think the final fights in Scarlet and Violet, like against the Professor, they are like pretty balanced. Like, it's not like one is like way much harder than the other, you know? So now that I'm thinking about the fight in itself, it's quite weird. Like, the absolutely final fight is very weird. Like, you can't be using but Pokemons that are caught in the Professor's Pokeball or whatever thing. That's the thing, like, you can't be using your own Pokemon at all. But, like, how does it work that, you know, the other Miraidon/Coridon is not, like, anymore, like, be, like, captured by the professor? Even though technically it's not captured by the professor. Or that professor that you're fighting. Or is it even captured, or is it just there? But you know, if it's captured, like, how it's like free for you to grab afterwards? Like, when you think about it, like going back in time into like Legends Arceus, it's still gonna be captured by someone. It's just in a strange Pokeball. And it's not like you become the trainer of it, as it is with like pretty much any single transfer slash like trading. What happened? Interesting. Maybe we'll get answers in the next part of the DLC. You never know. Maybe we will. Actually, curious about one thing. So I'm gonna be checking it out because I'm quite curious, because the Glimwood face is going for quite some time. I'm just wondering, like, how bad it is. You know, for my usual things. That one was full odds, but I'm soon like only like full odds doing at my worst. Was one of that did go like 4,000 in, but it was, if I remember correctly, it was a combination between like full odds and like charmed, and it was found on charmed game. And I'm pretty sure that that one is just charmed. Yeah. My worst one is indeed in 9K, but then it's probably the 4001. Then it's 2001s. So we'll be soon hitting to be on one of the longer hunts on Glimwood indeed. Yeah, well, yeah. As I said, we're soon gonna be hitting the like the one, like the number wise, we're gonna be hitting what I did get into the full odds one. Still the only one that I have found full odds since I switched to be having in that shield. I did switch to having a charm, but it's still the only one in sword. Yeah, the first like few phases indeed in the shield Glimwood on the stream indeed that you can see was indeed full odds because I didn't have a charm there yet. But the 9K one is still charmed. It is indeed. And yeah, they're not the most accurate because like some of them are indeed combinations with full odds and the charmed ones, so it's hard to say like how many have been done like full odds, how many have been done with the charm. And yeah, interesting indeed. As fun as it would have been, unfortunately the Hadram that I did get in. Unfortunately the Hadram that I did get in Sword wasn't the first one. It was the second one though. But interesting, you know. I mean, it would have been quite funny if indeed it would have been the case. Like in one game I find bunch of Hadrams, the other game I found bunch of more Grems. I know that I don't hunt too much in Sword in Glimwood because I have other hunts that are more interesting. Such as version exclusives that I can't be hunting on there without doing eggs. Mainly right now Farfetched that I'm not right now doing, but oh, thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Welcome in. I got scared by the background, switching it to almost being at nighttime. Nice nighttime encounters 2 hours earlier than they should be appearing. No, 3. The night starts at 8, not 7. It's just something that I like to be hunting at night times indeed. Thank you for the follow. Hmm. I mean, I probably honestly should be doing more Glimwood anyways, to just get, you know, faces in, but be interesting in other hunts as well, what I mean? Alright, she do be nice. As much as I want the little fellow. I kind of don't want it to be, you know, over too soon. I want the, you know, hunts that I think should be taking a long time to be over soon, even though I will say that I will be going for another one because I want the evolution. I'm smart. Doing Crazy Hunt twice, but I mean, I will say though that I know that it's a rare thing to be finding, you know. But I also kind of just see it as another like 1% hunt. Because technically that is how rare it is. So like, I know that it has the special factor that it has another form, and so there's that, but like at the end of the day it's just as another 1% hunt is. And there's still an 1% hunt that I did accidentally do. Wasn't hunting for it, but I got it anyways. But don't you allow the rare little fellas. The rare little fellas indeed. Yeah, please go ahead and follow Manor the Horde. I don't have anything like special like shout out thing at all, but please go ahead and follow them indeed. Thank you for the raid indeed. Hope you had a great stream indeed. Also, that's the goal for the day, 3k H, but it doesn't mean that it's over for the day. As I said, I probably will be trying to go to 300 and 400, yeah, 3,400. Probably indeed. I don't know, we shall see what's going on. The thing that I always forget to do is just check out, like, what are going to be the problems in the old cemetery. Because indeed it's a hunt that if I kind of get the Pumpkaboo hunt done, like, soon enough, I would like to do that as another, like, Halloween hunt, indeed. I kind of just forget to look for anything. I know that I need to have it chaunt at least. Or in prison and, like, a memento. It's another way to do it. But I kind of would like to look for another ones as well. Just kind of forget to do it. It's good to be preparing for beforehand because But if it's a Pokemon that is... like, I would need to find a Pokemon that's only available in certain weather. It's quite unlikely that I would need to look for a specific one, but... want to be sure. Want to be sure indeed. There we go. Get it once more. Once more. Speaking is hard. What's anything new with that? What's anything new with that indeed? Imagine. I don't think that I have actually ever heard anyone to be speaking like fluently at any language really. I mean, certainly I really can say that is a person speaking Finnish fluently. And I will say that I'm not. I think that more because I tend to use quite a good amount of English words. Especially if I'm talking with my boyfriend, because like I can't always think of on the spot what's the Finnish word for it. And also because some words just make more sense in English. You know, but it should be interesting. But yeah. But then again, is there anything wrong with it? No, but it is still strange. It could be because, like, especially in English, there is so many like different versions of like English language, you know? Like in different places you are gonna be speaking differently. I mean, it's the case with any language, but I still will say that I see it more in English than in Finnish. But yeah. But yeah, indeed. Learn to accept that. I don't know how to speak English well, but I know how to speak it well enough, so most people will be understanding. And I will say that since, like, I don't know English that well, for me, I see it's easier to see, like, what people mean when they can be either spelling or speaking, you know? Which is quite a nice thing, because, like, I understand it. As I said, as a Finnish person, I very much understand it, because, like, talked about it before, like, the language is so different. It's so different indeed. Like how we are, like, structuring our sentences, which is pretty much any way that you like, compared to English, that you actually need to be thinking which order you would be needing to be putting the words in that the sentence would be making sense, you know? But yeah. uh, it's fine. Yeah, because I will say that when, like, I think, I don't know if it's the hardest thing in, like, trying to learn Finnish for, like, pretty much anyone that hasn't speaking Finnish in their entire life. I think the hardest thing is that, I've talked about this before as well, that we don't really use, like, words like on, in, whatever, like those words. We just have them at the end of the word. So basically there is dog, and then we add to the end of the word dog, like the word like on, in, whatever. I will say that that is indeed quite an interesting one. And I will say that it was the other way around also. Hard to learn, you know, that you're not just adding things at the end of the words. I will say that it's easier to learn how to use extra words than to remove the extra words and, like, add them to the end of the another word. I will say that. Because it wasn't too hard for me to understand it, and I will say that I didn't learn English that well when I was younger, indeed. It could again be the thing that I don't really learn by reading. Like, surely our teachers did, like, speak a lot of English, which is, like, understandable, of course, why they wouldn't be, because, like, if they are speaking it, it's easier to, like, learn how to pronounce, learn how to listen to it, I guess, as well, and stuff like that. But it was the case that when we did learn Swedish, though, that whenever the teacher would be speaking Swedish, I wouldn't understand a thing. It could be because, like, I did watch... not that many, but I did watch a little bit of it, like, English, like, videos and stuff, but, like, mainly video games, you know, were in English. If they, like, when I was indeed young, if it wasn't, like, a, like, game that were, like, more intended to be for children, then it would be having, of course, finished up. But, like, most of the games didn't have that back then. More games have it nowadays, but as a complicated language as Finnish is, I usually prefer playing in English. Could be because, like, if it's like a remake, I'm used to the English. Could be partly because of that, could be also partly because I might not be understanding what they're trying to say sometimes. That's why I will say that I still to this day will be struggling sometimes if I need to be making a sentence that I like translate from English to Finnish, and it like needs to actually be like a good sentence. I struggle with it. Like I understand what like the person is trying to say, but trying to translate it into Finnish in the way that it makes sense is hard. Even though I have been speaking the language my whole entire life. Pretty much, so... yeah. A language that I don't recommend to learn, not that because it's hard, but because it's quite useless. I mean, I will say that Finland at least is like a decently sized country, and there is some benefits of learning Finnish if you want to be learning some other languages. But then it could be said the other way around as well. But like, not too useful. I mean, in my mind, the only language that you would really need to learn apart from your like native language is English, if your native language isn't English. I know that some places would prefer to be speaking their own language, but I mean, so the places know how to speak English though. So like, very useful as a language. But yeah, I guess for me the English learning thing, there was a bunch of issues, as I said. I did move into a new school after just like half a year of studying English. And as I said, they did like teach at different speeds, so that could be part of the issue. And also I guess because like I don't learn by reading, as I said plenty of times. And I absolutely hated the, like, I guess like the little like quizzes, I guess they would be best said to be. But I absolutely hated like I needed to remember like the every different like form for like verbs. You know, I did need to remember like how to use them in the past, the future, and like present time, you know? Oh god, I hated that. Because like I know that it's important to remember, but I don't know. I didn't like it. And then because basically in every word in Finnish follow the same rule. Not everything, but like most of the things. But in English there's so many different rules. It is also the case in Swedish, but at that point I was so used to it. I do feel like that. And I mean, I guess it also is kind of hard to say that is there less rules in Finnish than in English or another language, because you know it's your native language, you don't really think about it. You know? You're not really thinking about always all the rules. I guess like you just know them. Yeah, I don't know. It's still like kind of a feeling that I have that I would like to learn another language. But then again, I kind of know that it's not gonna be leading anywhere. I mean, it could be different because, like, if I'm feeling like, you know, learning a language instead of like Swedish in our case, it's just mandatory thing, you know, and usually people aren't the most willing to learn each. It is definitely a problem for me that if I have a thing that I need to be learning and I don't want to learn it, I'm not gonna be learning it. I'm stubborn by that. I mean, it is partly because of that and also partly because, like, guess I'm lost, like, I don't know how useful this will be for me in the future. You know. Also, oh, speaking of that, I was talking about before doing the school thing, a lot of school talks today. Yes, school is in mind, and the exam. I blame that. Yeah, I was doing the exam and I was like very confused. Because like most of the questions were, first of all, like you could just copy them from your like other like things, you know, like your other like past like the questions. That is what I did because I didn't want to rewrite it for like plenty of time because I just can't be bothered. I will be copy pasting things if it's easier, and also it's easier because then I most likely will not be making a mistake, because if I'm just using the same thing that did work and did give me the correct solution, so I can assume that it's gonna be correct. But like, it was like so many questions that were they were the same like question but just with different numbers. I guess the teacher picked those ones because they're the most likely that you will be using in your day-to-day life. But I don't know, it was so weird. It was very weird indeed, like... There was only like one question that we didn't have straight away an answer to. There was only one question like that. There was technically another one, but it was through this thing but in reverse. Which did take a while to be getting, you know, correct, but after that it wasn't too bad. But like, I would have wished that there would have been more like things that I would have actually need to be thinking. Or I guess if I wouldn't be looking at the past things. But I mean, it wasn't really said that I couldn't be doing it either. It was just said that you can't be having anyone be helping you. And if you're using AI, you're gonna be needing to do it again. Which is, you know, fair enough. I will say though that I did use, like in the exam I did like explain things more than in the random questions that we needed to have correctly answered enough. But yeah, overall not too bad. As I said, I have a pretty good feeling about it and stuff like that. Feeling indeed. I think I'll soon be heading to the bathroom real quickly. Also, I guess it's also Walking, I've been stretching, but you know. It doesn't really go, at least for me, if I'm stretching. It doesn't necessarily help my legs that much. Like, I know every single time that I've been streaming and then we go into a grocery store right after, my legs are like... They are like, you haven't been doing anything for the last 5 hours. Usually 6, but still like, you haven't done anything. It do be like that. That's why you should be moving every once in a while. I think I'll be heading to the bathroom. I'll be back in a few minutes. There we go. Yeah, let's actually continue. I was thinking that it would be smart to be drinking something. Because I would probably need to be drinking something soon anyways. Also, what's still up with these dudes being the supersized? I mean, I don't mind it. It would be quite cool to be getting it. I mean, I know that it's not that rare because I have Harvest, but I mean, it still should be the rarest pumpkaboo that I should be finding. Size-wise, what's going on? The game is broken. I don't know, there's a weird thing that I like that the size thing is with every Pokemon nowadays. But there's just something special that I would have kind of wished that it would have been given into more Pokemon before that became like a big thing. You know? It was the thing in Pokemon Go, then it... Because Pokemon Go and Let's Go Pikachu / Eevee work pretty much the same way. So, like, it was there, then it was kind of forgotten, and then it did get back. I will say, even though it was a thing in Legends Arceus, most of the time you don't really, like, notice the difference that much if it is in the alpha, you know? You can still see it, but you just... At least I'm not gonna be paying that much attention to it. I mean, it's nice because in Scarlet and Violet, at least, if nothing else, there is always a person that is gonna be telling you, is it gonna be like... what to the average? Is it average? Is it small? Is it big? You know? It's nice. So... I don't know what else could have been fitting to be like getting a Pumpkaboo treatment like before it became like a norm, as I said. I'm kind of thinking that maybe something like... where did like maybe the Shinotic line? Because like I'm thinking like mushrooms, they do become like in quite a variety of like shape and sizes in real life. Also, I would kind of wish that Shinotic wouldn't be the shape that it is. Because unfortunately, almost every single mushroom Pokemon that we have is quite round. Because especially because Moral did have like a cool thing going with it. Even though I still think it's a shame that you never really see Moral bottom. Oh, it was like it's like I don't mind this shape that Shinotic is. I just would wish that it kind of would have stayed closer to Moral. It is a shame indeed that twice we have gotten a mushroom Pokemon that has had multiple mushrooms, and then when it evolves, it's just one big. It's very sad. Like, I don't even mind if, like, Shinotic would be just one, you know, one mushroom. But could have kept the same shape. I mean, I know that not too many like mushrooms that are shaped like Moral is like grow to be too big. But even though Pokemon say do be tending to like take inspiration about real life things, it's not like it's always going to be like that, you know? This would have been cool. Because I know that like Shinotic is like I don't know why, but it's like weirdly disliked in my opinion. Like, I don't absolutely love it personally, but I just don't really find a way to hate it. I guess it does look a little creepy and odd, but aren't mushrooms odd? Anyways, like, aren't they odd already? So why not? Also, we still need more kangaroo Pokemons. Don't know what they could be able to do with it, but we need more. We need more kangaroo Pokemons indeed. And also, I would like to be getting a region someday. That way, you know, would be able to see like bunch of like rare exotic Pokemons to be all over the place. Like they could have done it, in my opinion, in both Paldea, in some capacity, and also they could have done it on Alola as well. And like they did do it in Poly as well, and also Alola there was like some regional variants. But you know, more. Always appreciate when it's gonna be added a little bit more in there, you know? Always appreciating indeed. Oh. Funny electronics. No. No. Too many electronics. I mean, I will say that I probably will be coming to this route one day and actually be hunting for like something like Electrike or Meowth. I mean, I know that I will be coming in here at some point, be hunting for Milcery indeed. But like, again, I don't know, Meowth isn't a random grass, Electrike unfortunately isn't. So I'm kind of thinking maybe we could be having I would be hunting it somewhere else, because Electric it is quite a good amount of places when it is indeed the correct weather in the wild areas. And you know it's kind of like kind of an easy hunt in that regard, that it is possible to just AFK it, even though it's not the way that I personally prefer doing hunts. I think the only hunt that I'm kind of interested in doing in AFK right now would be the Sharpedo. So I just think that's cool. And it's not like one that you could be facing on as well, I guess that's a good thing as well. So yeah. That indeed might be the only one that I'm at least a little bit interested in doing, like as an AFK one. Is it the most exciting one? Probably not. Can I be finding it in other ways? Definitely. But then again, I don't really care though. I'm fine with hunting. I'm fine with hunting the same or getting the same Pokemon more than once. And or hunting it more than once. I mean, I'm doing another Pumpkaboo. It get one last year with under 300, as I've been saying. So, why not you be doing, you know? This one over here. As I will be probably saying for quite a time. It is still, for my liking, probably the most fitting Halloween Pokemon. Maybe after that it's, weirdly enough, the other Ghost Grass type of the generation. You know, spooky trees. I like Pumpkaboo. It's still probably the most fitting one, as even though, as I've said plenty of times, I have never really enjoyed pumpkin, and we don't really celebrate Halloween in here. Hello there. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day indeed. Yeah, I do be doing some shiny hunting indeed. Thank you for the good luck. If you're having good luck if you're hunting something as well. Yeah, that can be hard to find. Yeah, well, good luck with it. I don't think that I have ever captured in a regular game even Rayquaza, let alone a shiny one. I don't think so, because yeah, no, I don't really have any need for trading, thanks for asking though. Thing again with the audio, jeez. I should probably be looking into it. It's not storage. Actually, somewhere quickly. Yep. Oh, congrats on a shiny Milotic. It's a pretty nice shiny, not easiest one to be getting a hold of. But yeah, I like to personally be finding the shiniest myself. Thanks for the offer though. How did I dodge you? I don't know. It's cool though. Okay. Chinese, they do be fun to be getting. Weirdly, how different colored colors can be such a thing, you know. It do be weird like that indeed. All the different colored pixels, they can be doing the difference indeed, even though it's quite a good amount of pixels nowadays. But they are still technically pixels. Yeah, thanks. I hope you have good luck with your hunts as well. I don't know. One thing that I do kind of miss sometimes is like when you get like absolutely random shinies. Because nowadays, if I'm, even if I will be running into random Pokemons, I kind of consider myself to be shiny hunting. But I mean, like, definitely there's like sometimes that I'm like not trying to shiny hunt and something pops up. It could be because I don't really have that many files right now that could be technically be getting random shinies in. I think the only one right now would be Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Ultra Moon I haven't touched in a while, but Ultra Sun I'm doing indeed the SOS calling thing, getting everything as soon as possible into the decks. So like there to that be. But yeah. I guess like, and yeah. I think indeed like right now, like I surely have like some things set it up, so I would be doing the story, but the thing is because like, what do you do after the story in Pokemon games, or about after a certain part of story for some people? Because the thing is that the thing that I haven't done yet is to defeat the post game in my Soul Silver. And the hard gold is doing indeed the shiny only thing. I'm still not completely sure what I'll be doing with HMs. Because like, of course it wouldn't be bothering me too much if I wouldn't be using them on shinies, because some teams they are fine to use, but like some are like, no thank you. Was not indeed like that. So I'm just kind of thinking that I guess it really depends on like, do I face on something that can learn a TM, then like I might be doing it, or I'm just gonna be crazy and do it anyways like that. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise. I mean, honestly, like, I can get most of the things anyways on my, like, main Pokemons that I'm gonna be using. But there is indeed something like, I don't know, Catch or Strength that they aren't used that often, but at the same time, like, they would be quite useful to have. They are not the best moves, so wouldn't like to be having them. I know that I did do in Soul Silver the thing that I just did teach to my Pokemons, the HMs. I mean, for some Pokemon it isn't that bad, because like they can't really learn any better moves anyway, so that's okay, and like some moves are indeed quite good. I don't know, Fly or Surf / Waterfall. Guess I have them both on my water type there. I mean, well, we'll still say though that I'm honestly quite surprised how good teams that I was managed to how good of a team that I managed to put together. I mean, I mostly just used Pokemon that I wanted to use anyways. But I'm surprised about the variety of the moves. The only one that I'm not too happy about is Umbreon. Because it just has quite a bad moveset. That's quite a good amount of... Like, I think it has 2 dark moves and 1 ghost move maybe, or something like that. Yeah, it doesn't have the best moveset, but... Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm very surprised, like... how well I didn't manage to put it up. I mean, it could be better. But I mean, don't care. Don't care. I mean, I know that some people, if they would be seeing the team, they would be saying that, how can you play with this team? It's so bad. But then again, I'll just make things work, you know? I just make things work. It's indeed harder to do in older games than it is in new games sometimes. But it is always quite rewarding though, if you can indeed be doing with a team that you would like to use, instead of like you are like kind of forced to be using good Pokemons, you know. Me defeating indeed the Platinum challenge that I did like a month ago. When it is actually a month ago. Oh jeez. Yeah. Defeating with only 2 Pokemons that are like capable of fighting, really. That are an Infernape and a Staraptor. Then that's too bad. That did defeat the Steel Gym with struggle. Oh god, that was hilarious. I mean, good if I have better team, definitely, but then again, couldn't really care. The challenge was the bigger issue. I definitely, like, I know that I technically could have done it without getting another Pokemon, but I mean, it's... like, I anyways needed a flyer. And it was pretty decent as well, so... why not, you know? Why not indeed? Stretching. I'm soon gonna be questioning on the Sinistry hunt, do I even have a charm? Do I even have the shiny charm? Has someone taken it away from me? Imagine if someone could be taking the charm away from you. You just have to spend hours upon hours getting the shiny charm, and then some random dude just steals it from you. I mean, I don't know why, but weirdly it would be a thing that I would kind of see that they could have been doing. I mean, I know that they don't do too many mean things though, but like at the same time, I kind of would have, you know, seen it to be a thing. It would be interesting like that. How things are sometimes, indeed. I want to see, like, I'm not imagining things. I have the charm for shinies on that one. Oh yeah, I have all the charm as well. Almost all the charms there. I think the only ones that I will be missing are from the DLCs that that game doesn't have, I'm pretty sure. There we go. Oh, it's a boosted Meowth. Hello there. You were nice. I wonder, actually I'm gonna be checking out, do I have the catching charm on file? It would be weird if I wouldn't, but I mean, I would kind of also see if I wouldn't be having it. Oh yeah, I have a catching and EXP charm. Really the only one that I would like to maybe get, that I probably wouldn't be ever using, is in the oval charm. Just makes eggs faster, but the thing is that I don't think that I will be doing too many eggs with this file. I usually do them on the shield, not this sword, and I'm doing the pumpkin hunting. I mean, it wouldn't be hurting, but I haven't really been having a need for it yet. Maybe someday I will be getting it, but I don't think that it is going to be that hard to be getting when I want it, you know. Good. I don't know why sometimes it's like very often that the audio cuts out, and I don't even know if it is on stream or is it just my audio things. Could be both. Oh yeah, it just increases the critical catch chance, so it's not that useful. It's, you know, okay. But you know, not the most useful thing ever. Weirdly enough, I'm trying to like see how you'd be getting like catching charm. Even though I kind of knew how to get it in this game. But there is a way to be getting it in Sword and Shield and PTSB, but not for Scarlet and Violet, but it has a description for it. Weird, you know? What's going on? What are you doing? I'm gonna want to also check out the oval charm. I'm pretty sure I also know where you can get it this game, but more or less I just want to see if there's like a weird requirement for it. So sometimes it's indeed. Increases the chance that there's gonna be eggs. And it has been around for quite a while. I know like critical captures, they haven't been a big thing like for too long, but it's still surprising that they were only introduced in like on Gen 8. I don't know why, but I would assume that it would have been like on Gen 7 already. I mean, is it really that much sooner? No, but I mean, you know. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Again, very weird thing that it has a description in Scarlet and Violet Oval Charm as well, but there's no way to get it at least according to Pulpa video. I mean, it definitely could be possible, I'm not saying that, but it's just... It's so weird that it has a description, but not a way to get it, you know? But then again, there was so many items that were not available in certain games, and they still did have like descriptions, but... It's a new game, relatively new game, you know? So, you know... You would always assume that the new games would be better, but it's not always. New games, they can be good. And I also think that it really depends on do you like new games or not, really depends on... First of all, of course the main thing is that is it your game? Like, some games you might be thinking that they're your thing, but they really are not, you know? And then I guess there could be the nostalgia that's gonna be playing a big part in some cases. And some cases it's just that, like, some people are absolutely hating on it and you start to hate on it because so many people are hating on it, you know? Which is very unfortunate. But I mean, that is sometimes the case. But of course there's nothing wrong with liking games. You know, you like what you like and there's nothing wrong with it. I just absolutely hated it in, again, like, school talk. And like, I don't know why it was so big deal. And if you liked either like children's game or cartoons, at least in my school, you were like being like watched weirdly. I was like, huh? It could be because have always been a person like that, you know, you do you. I don't care. Or I guess I should be saying I don't mind, but still, I say I don't care because it's your life. Live how you would like it. Certainly some things are bad, but you know, sometimes you need to be learning from your mistakes. You really need to. Because it's the best way to sometimes learn. And like most of the time, like, does it really matter? No. But yeah. It is indeed. It's always gonna be like that. It's always gonna be people that are saying that you're gonna be weird for liking certain things. And does it really matter? Not really. I mean, I know that it can be a thing that can get to you, but it doesn't really matter. To you. Pikachu, where are you all coming from? Joldig, what are you doing here? You should be rare, and I even have the thing that is called Harvest. Should be rare anyways. What are you doing here, Joldig? I mean, I don't know. Still will be saying that for whatever weird reason I would like to have to see how Joldig would be in real life. Even though I might not be liking it, but you know, it's not like it's a real spider, it's just... It's a pocket-sized monster of a spider. You know? It's indeed like a... interesting Pokemon indeed. I wonder when they are gonna be again breaking like the biggest Pokemon thing. Because I don't think that they are gonna be going too much smaller, because like... They already have quite small Pokemons. But I wonder if they're gonna be going bigger. Really the only way that I can see them to be going bigger though is with legendaries. Especially if they are like gonna be going with like, in quotes, real sizes. So... Imagine just seeing an absolutely huge Pokemon. Covering half of the map. Oh boy. Imagine having a very big, indeed, Pokemon. Then you're just wondering, oh, I wonder where the Pokemon is. Literally can see across the map that there is the Pokemon. I would very much like to be seeing that boosted Pumpkaboo, but I'm afraid that it will be despawning by the time that I get there. Anyways. Hey, Pokemon! Funny Pokemon! Let's go! Oh, tomorrow the highest temperature will be 7 Celsius. One Celsius higher than it was today. Also, apparently there is quite a good chance that if it's gonna be raining from Thursday between Thursday and Saturday. And there might be snow. I mean, it's absolutely not gonna be lasting anytime, but a chance. Because I don't remember, was it on Thursday or on Friday? It's gonna be like the highest temperature that is supposed to be is gonna be 0 Celsius indeed. So, yeah. But then it's gonna be getting quite a bit warmer quite quickly from there. It's gonna be coming back to like 7 Celsius. A small thing there, you know, for a little while. Want to encounter soon because there is 2 mean Pokemons that want to attack me. Okay. One thing that would be absolutely hilarious, by the way, because like since there is in Pokemon Go right now, there is pumpkaboos everywhere. Be getting one in there. Right now, getting probably the smallest pumpkaboo ever. The only one that I haven't gotten, because this is like the first time that pumpkaboos really are like somewhere. The only one that I'm missing is the supersized one. But I mean, as usual, it's the rarest thing ever because why wouldn't it be? At least, if nothing else, it has the special thing going for it that it always will be having a miracle seed. Which is quite cool if you ask me. Is again a supersized pumpkaboo nearby? It's like too far away. It's very much of a shame. Well, it's not actually that far away, but like distance-wise. But the problem really is that there is kind of a hill between, and you would need to either go around each or go above each. From which going around it for that Pokestop specifically is better. Well, it is indeed like that. I don't want to think about it, but we have done a good amount of encounters. We have done a good amount of encounters indeed. So, in the next 100 that we're gonna be hitting will be a 600. I mean, it has been almost 4 hours at this point, so makes sense. Makes sense indeed. Anyways. I would wish that not Pumpkaboo, but Phantom, he would be looking more happy more often. I understand your backstory is sad, but would it be nice for Pokemons to be having different personalities so some could be smiling? Actually, that would be kind of interesting, like shiny chains as well. Like, imagine if there would be a Pokemon that, on top of like something else to be changing, that its expression would be changing as well. For some reason, I'm thinking that that could be working with like frog Pokemon quite well, you know, since there is quite a good amount of frogs that have like different patterns on them. So they could be like tricking you that it would be smiling instead, you know. But yeah, maybe one day we'll be getting like a Pokemon that, even in its like regular form, it would like always be changing its mood. Or like every single time that you encounter it, it would be like possible to be having different moods instead of always having the same face. And that would be the way to like kind of know what the Pokemon's personality would be. Imagine that would be hilarious. Kind of what like the Orgapon theater with masks. Like, it does give you the feeling, at least for me, it does give me the feeling that it has different like personalities, you know. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine if he would be indeed be getting another face Pokemon. Just the current face Pokemon that we have is... It's making sense why it is the face Pokemon. And I would kind of wish indeed that it would be doing more on its face though, like having different expressions. Like, it's not like the greatest. Honestly, I don't know why, but weirdly, if Triagonal would be getting a regional variant, it could be working. I'm kind of doubting that it's going to be getting a regional variant. It is like quite a good amount of there, you know. Like it's indeed in quite a good amount of games, especially like lately. So I would kind of doubt you'll be getting something, and also like it is indeed unfortunate to say, but what can you really do from a snowflake? I mean, I guess the only thing that I can kind of think of would be a raindrop. Like, kind of the same concept, but different, but it also kind of feels like it would be like copying past form. Yeah, I don't know. Could indeed be something nice and special. Or like, I don't know. Also, I would kind of like to get a trio again. That would be having something in common, but they wouldn't necessarily be like related. Kind of like what when monkeys are, They have the same idea behind them. Not the same idea, but like in the same group. But they are not necessarily related with each other. At least I don't see them to be like too related with each other, Hey, more Grim, could you be funny, haha, and be blue? Haven't seen a blue Monogram in a while. It would be quite a funny moment. It would indeed. I don't have enough of them yet. Always gonna be doing with a little bit more, Always can be doing with a little bit more. One thing I will say though that I'm wondering, as usual, like, what's going to be on, what is it, the Indigo disc? What are gonna be the version exclusives? What are they going to be? Because for Teal Mask, there was, as I said, there was few, but should they make the most amount of sense to be version exclusives? Absolutely not. It don't really make too much sense at all, but I mean, I guess I don't really care about that game's version exclusives. Like, I'm not upset about at all to be able to hunt the other version exclusive ones. Because I either can be hunting them in another game, or I already have it in another game. And like, I can be hunting it in another game, as I said. So... I was interested to know. I of course know that the Paradox legendary thing is probably gonna be a version exclusive. I would like to assume. I mean, it would be kind of strange if it wouldn't be. But then again, it would be also kind of a thing that they would be doing, though. You know? It would be doing sometimes weird things, but you allow about that at games sometimes when they do be doing weird things that don't necessarily make the most amount of sense. Oh boy. Honestly, I don't know. Since yawning, I'm thinking of like, how did I sleep last night? I think quite well. I did feel like very tired when like I did woke up, usual. I very rarely do be feeling like well rested when I do be waking up indeed. But I mean, since like it is sometimes the case for me anyways, like when I start a stream I like start to feel more awake because, you know, I'm doing things. Surprise, surprise, if you're doing things you're gonna be feeling a lot more awake. Oh, shocker. Yeah. I know that it is indeed sometimes very hard to start doing things though, when you're like feeling that you don't want to do anything. But I mean, at the same time, you sometimes just need to accept it that you just need to be because, you know, taking a break, no matter what it is, it's very important. Because either you're gonna be getting very tired or you're getting bored of the thing, you know? Most of the time it could be even both. That's why you can't be working all the time, for example. They don't want to exhaust you. At least it's the case in here. I don't know about somewhere else, but in here, like, there is literally a max amount of hours that you can be working. It of course depends on like what you do and how much you do the thing. Yeah, there is indeed a max amount. I remember like when it was like starting to be like more strictly like checked out. Bunch of truck drivers were complaining about it, that they couldn't be doing like 18-hour work shift anymore or something like that. Like, you know, driving is quite exhausting and it's also not healthy. I don't know if it was like 18 hours, but like it was like you can only do a certain amount of like... It's either a certain amount of like distance Or like certain amount of hours. I think it usually goes by hours though. But I have heard both. But I mean, you know, health is important. I've said it plenty of times and it's still the case. That's why, as bad as it sometimes is giving me like a bad feeling, sometimes I just need to take a day off, you know. Even in the days that I don't usually take days off, like as I said, I usually have Sundays and Wednesday or Thursday off. But, you know, if the time calls for a break, then time calls for another break. Also, the sun has already set today. And I'm not too surprised, it's quite late. Oh, we are getting a whole lot of 10 hours right now of sunlight. Nice. It's gonna be keeping going down. Shiny Didi! Nice! Hello there. Another 5%. Nice. Hello there. How you do be doing? Let's try and take a cool little picture. Nice. Finally. A face in there a little bit over odds. Oh boy. Well, let's go ahead and catch it. Let me get the other part of the Joy-Con, so I'm not gonna be messing something up. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really care what ball I catch you in. I don't have too many options anyways. When I could be going for a quick ball for funsies. Honestly, should probably be stocking up some more Pokeballs on this one. Netball. I don't remember what I did catch the last one in. Oh yeah, those sounds are so low on this one. Just only pretty much hear the hear the music. Let's try another one for funsies. Ah. Follow me? Oh, shame on you. I mean, Great Ball, it also is quite a fitting one for you. I don't honestly care. I know that your catch rate isn't the greatest. It's so weird not to be hearing the sound that you're making. Let's try a quick ball at turn like 5. What a premier ball. Now. Nothing? Okay. Finally attacking, I see. Another Premier Ball. You are very mean, did you know that? Luxury Ball question mark? I don't have too many of them. Oh, so close. A critical hit! How dare you? How dare you, critical hit? How about a heal ball? My favorite Pokeball, I still think. Okay, you don't like heal balls. I'm pretty sure that this file doesn't even have a master ball. Yes, I'm pretty sure it was just randomly used in a random Pokemon because fun. How about another heal ball though? For whatever reason, because I mean Grid is quite fitting, I think I will be nicknaming you Sunlight. Because I was talking about there is only 10 hours of sunlight anymore. So you know it would be quite fitting. I don't care at this point, I will just be tossing Ultra Balls. Surprisingly enough, I don't have any Dusk Balls. Yeah, I probably should really be getting more more Pokeballs. It's like more variety. Oh my god, what are you doing? Could you be captured? Sassy little girl. Oh my god, you're not even considering most of the time. Hey, let's do the usual. How about a Pokeball? How about a Pokeball? No Pokeballs. How about still another one? Always gonna be trying. What is up with the normal psychic ones that they don't want to be captured? Honestly, another Great Ball, I guess. I don't really care, as I said, but did it just like, I don't know, be captured? I need you to be having like 10 minutes on this. 10 minutes of capturing the Pokemon. Oh my god, what are you doing? At least if nothing else, you have a pretty good amount of... It has been 5 minutes because the other one is already sleeping. Or going to like the sleep mode. Has been already 5 minutes. Like entirely. Come on! The problem is that you'll soon try to actually struggle. No, it's still gonna be a while, but I don't know. How about the quick ball? How do you feel about the quick ball at this point? No. More on Premier Balls then. Oh, come on! Could you please? At least if nothing else, I will be struggling. But if you start to struggle... But I mean... What is going on? Can I get like a critical capture or something? You're stressing me out. Like the best catch rates. It's so annoying when like you switch into a better catch rate Pokeball and then it's not even like considering at all. Oh my god. I mean, you should be having a decent amount of like moves. Warrior's gonna be down soon. Yes. Thank you. Jeez. Cool, I'll level up. Yes, you're gonna be nicknamed Sunlight because as I said, I was talking about sunlight, that there's only 10 hours of it. And it's gonna be keeping going down. I hate the sound that the game is making right now because I need to be restarting the game, my program. Charmed. Let's see. Are most definitely going to be timid by nature. Quiet. I mean, you would have been okay for a little while. Oh god, though. Oh, that was indeed something else. Let's see. Oh. There we go. Oh boy. Let me mark it down. Indeed. 2,374. Oh boy. You were a funny little guy. I will be saving again. I mean, I probably should be going to heal, but I think I will be fine. I will be saving again. Save like a bunch of times. Let me. I need to be opening a program that I can do that. I think I will be getting things up in Gleamwood to 24 before I do any more pumping boosts. I'm the type of person that wants to be keeping them at the same numbers. So I think I will just be keeping this on for now. It would be quite funny to be finding something I could be technically sending it out on battle, but I don't know. I don't know though. Another phase. It was a long one. I hope that the next one will not be that long. I mean, I also kind of hope that it's not gonna be immediately there. I mean, but then again, if you think about it, it would be, you know, quite fitting if the next one would be very fast. That is kind of what my luck is. Very bad and very good. Or kind of good compared to how bad the other one was, you know. Ah. I guess indeed he likes sunlight then. It's the only logical explanation. Or it's afraid of sunlight. So then it would be fitting to be nicknaming it Sunlight. Honestly, probably will be soon be getting the Indeedee on for a little while. The only problem is that Indeedee is usually quite slow, so can't really be running away from things, unfortunately. No, why not you toss it out in a battle? I can't be bothered every single time, especially if I get like faces like that. You know, sometimes it's nice. I just hate how my music is right now, because it's kind of broken, because I switched the switches, and it kind of breaks my sounds. Yeah, I guess I could be checking out what was the other one caught in. It could be an Ultra Ball, because, I mean, if I can be catching it in anything else, Ultra Ball is kind of what I will be going for. Ah. Another one indeed. This time you weren't the last encounter of the day, because that was the case for the last one that I did manage to catch. And also this means that this is the first one of the Shield exclusives that I have chew of from Glimwood. Thank you. This means it. That's kind of cool. Maybe the next phase will be under 1,000. Maybe indeed. It's probably not gonna be the quickest one that I have ever gotten, I would like to say. But, I mean, yeah. And the fastest phase that I have gotten has been 12. Then it's 24, funnily enough, double that. Right now I'm trying to indeed be getting there, and then I'll be continuing both of the hunts. And then get immediately another one. Of course. Of course. I mean, if nothing else, at least not too many things in here are too fast. I guess that's nice. I would very much... Still, like, one of the goals is, of course, at some point to be getting, like, the star sparkles in, like, random encounters. Because I'm pretty sure that only star ones that I have are from eggs or some other places that it's more likely. I've talked about it before. I know it's a mistake that the way that the sparkles are. But at the same time, I don't really mind it because, as I said, it at least gives this game's like sparkles like special effect, you know. So that could be a reason why I personally don't mind it. That is having a battery because she's crawling. Or she just can't be breeding too well. That's another thing. But I'm assuming and hoping that's a bad dream. Because that would be, in my opinion, a little better solution, a little better answer to that. And that's another indeed already. Jeez. Yeah, I was kind of joking that it would be kind like funny to be getting another indeed. Because it is indeed the second rarest thing that you can be finding. And I have found the second rarest thing twice. The very shiny I have found normal authentic Sinistis. Quite a good amount. And yep. Let's run away from you. One more encounter in here indeed, and then I will be switching the switches and also restarting the program, so I will be hearing not cursed music. Last one in here is Phantom. Yeah. Be doing that indeed. It's fun to find you indeed. Indeed. We switching before I forget. Orion to the front. At least then I will be able to run away from things. Oh yeah, I did do a thing that doesn't work in this game. Guess I could be saving again. Is there a thing that I was saving too much? Not in this game. Last time that I checked. There is some games there's like interesting things that you can only save a certain amount of times. And there's like interesting things indeed. Like challenges that you can do with them. What do you... Oh, no way! Someone got an indeedee! No way! I didn't know that. It definitely couldn't be me because I'm only in the local one, so it definitely could be someone random from the internet. Why do you think that? I mean, it was said that it's like winter and it was this year. eShop could be always wrong though. Remember that. Because it was wrong for the first part anyways. Like, when it was said that it's gonna be releasing the day that it was, it still did say like somewhere in the winter in the eShop. So I wouldn't say to trust it too much. Because they just sometimes they just set up like a random day. But I mean, it could be possible that it's gonna be only like next year. But the way that they have said it kind of is like saying that it would be coming on like before next year. Because every single time it has been said winter 2023. Not winter 2024. You know? But yeah, it could be, but I'm hoping not. But I mean, if they want to take that more time, then they do be doing that then. I mean, that wouldn't be even in a winter then, you know? At least for me, that would be spring. Yeah, like, I don't know. They could be just like setting up a day there indeed. eShop is not always the most trustworthy of like saying when games are released, or especially DLCs. Because as I said, because my boyfriend did check out like the first part of like the Teal Mask for Scarlet and Violet, like the day before it was said to be released, and it did still say that sound like, I think it was like the last day of this year. So like, take it with a grain of salt, you know? Yeah. But I mean, I would trust whenever they will be saying something, of course, about it. I mean, it could be, but I mean, if they say, if eShop says that it's in April, it isn't really a winter month anymore. Like, no matter what you, like, what way would you be viewing each in, like, gaming world, it wouldn't even be the first quarter if they would be referring to that. If I remember correctly, like, yeah. But it's like, yeah, I know, it's weird. Like, I think, like, a way that my boyfriend is thinking that it's either gonna be the end of November or before, like, halfway through December. Because it would be strange if they would be releasing it during, like, holiday season, you know? But, you never know. But hopefully it would be ready when it comes out. It's a high hope that that would be a thing. Because it was the weirdest glitch that there is indeed in the game. Or was in the game. It was fixed a few days ago. that before the DLC, if you had fought enough traders in the like, you know, in Paldea, you would be locked from rewards. Weird glitch. That was thankfully indeed it was fixed, like indeed some time ago. Not too long time ago, like a few days ago, indeed. I mean, I understand it, like, it is like a glitch, bug, whatever my thing. That, like, is it really that bad that it's broken? Not really. But it is a shame, like, if you would like to get all the rewards. I guess you would be quite locked out of them if you were unlucky to be getting it. It would be nice if they would be like releasing or like saying the release day for the DLC a little bit sooner than they did for the first part. I mean, does it really matter? No, but it would be nice. It would be quite nice indeed if they would be telling us it a little bit sooner. But surely it's gonna be a great one. Surely. One reason that I could kind of see why it would be saying like the 30th of April in eShop is because, like, if you have if you did buy each advanced DLC, you could be receiving the gift until then. Hello there. My friend, how are you doing? The usual then. Did you see the Indeedee? Definitely wasn't overodds for it. Good. Yeah. It's the second Indeedee that I have caught. Interestingly enough. The first one of the like exclusives that I have gotten a second of. All the other ones have been, you know, the ones that you can catch on both games. Yeah. I mean, I don't really mind myself having dupes. I mean, surely more grams they could be less common, but apart from that, I don't really care. I'm just more glad that it wasn't another Hatram, because that would be the third Hatram in a row that I have been getting. That's the only thing, really. But that dude didn't want to be captured. It's like over 5 minutes of trying to capture. It's annoying. I mean, do be like that sometimes. Yeah, I guess if I would indeed be evolving all of my Morgrams, I would be having so many Crimsnarls. Like, even if I would be like doing only half of them, I would still be having like 5 Crimsnarls. Who doesn't love Morgram? The bee showing up all the time. I mean, it is one of the more common things, so makes sense. Sense indeed. Yeah, sure. Are we gonna be doing the spin-off thing then? Nice. Hopefully there will be... Hopefully there will be enough people joining in and people will be able to get things. And if nothing else, it's a nice thing to do. Save. Goes well. Yeah, especially when not only including like GameCube. Because that just gives more people a ways to be playing it. Yeah, it's a good thing to buy things. It do be. Yeah. I mean, I think the more of a thing is to be having more people from different countries than, like, I don't know, just like England and USA. I think that's our main issue, honestly. All the people are just from the same place. Well, yeah. Yeah, that was quite nice. It wasn't too bad at all. Yeah, well, I mean, that can always be the case. You know, luck is luck at the end of the day, you can't really be doing anything for it. And of course, it really depends on how much time does everyone have. It's another big thing. I mean, but overall, like, I think, like, most of the teams, they were pretty balanced, though. Like, not too many were, like, too overpowering, like, one was getting everything. But yeah. I don't think that I will be getting anything else on Glimwood today, though. Especially considering that, that I don't think that I will be doing too many more anyways today. Even though usually my luck is like, I will be getting something after forever and then I'll be getting something almost immediately. But you know, I wouldn't be too upset if I wouldn't be finding on anything else today. You know, one is good enough for me. No way that I will be even close to the odds today anyways. Usually takes like one or no, 2 to 3 streams to be hitting. It depends on how much I'll be doing. What else I will be doing? It do be depending on that. But yeah. Probably 200 at least will be on the Nuclear Wood phase though. Maybe 300. Really depends what time it is when I do be hitting the 200 there. It very well might be at that point that I have already streamed almost 6 hours and it's a quite a good ending point. Yeah? What do you need help with? Can try and help. Yeah? Nice. I know that some people do it for funsies if they like hit like the odds with the shiny roll thing, that they will be banned for a little while. Or like either banned or yeah, what it is still, you know, quite close. Just, you know, numbers. At least the correct numbers, but in the wrong spots. Yeah, I know. The correct numbers, it's just in the wrong spots. So that's pretty neat like that. You just went a little bit overboard with your number, but I'll always have liked the idea of those. Yeah, quite nice, but sometimes if people have the shiny roll thing going on, it gets spammed way too much. Like, it's fine, it's just very unfortunate indeed. Sometimes it's gonna be just spammed a lot. Indeed, I don't really want to be seeing you too much today anymore. I don't think that my heart could handle getting another one today. It's another 5%. No, not another 5%. Not another 5% indeed. I have had enough for today with them. Yeah, it's fine. Hope you have a great day then. Yeah, I know there has been, honestly, in here a lot of like Wi-Fi issues as well. More thanks to that the weather has been like very stormy. But yeah. Hope everything goes well though. And good luck with the hunts that you're gonna be doing. Yeah, I did see. I'm gonna take a good read about it at some point, probably. Point out all your mistakes. I'm good at that. Yeah. But it's also quite interesting because, you know, English isn't, of course, my first language. And I do notice things like that. But it could be also part of it because I have kind of taught myself how to like most of the time see my own mistakes so I can easily see others' mistakes as well, you know. I mean, still, like, of course, I know that I can't speak and I can be typing sometimes. But yeah, it's fine. It's just like some things, of course, like are more important that you do be spelling like correctly. Cat is staring at me very angrily because I'm pretty sure that she has gotten all her food tonight and she would like more. Yeah. Yeah. I think even though like not most people can be competing in it, you know, I think still they would like to see it, you know. But yeah, I think like some people, of course, they haven't had like time to be like doing anything yet. But I'm surprised that not that many people are say like against it. I think like most people don't care, you know. It just was funny indeed that it was immediate no. Immediately saying no to it. I mean, I kind of get it, but at the same time, like, if you would like to participate on it, you know, Pokemon Go is probably the easiest one to try and it's free. You have a phone, you know, so it's easy to take apart for everyone. At least in somewhat. But I mean, there's some people that just don't like spin-off things anyway, so it's fine. People have their rights to their opinions. Indeed, go away, actually. As I said, I don't want to know one of you tonight. I really don't. And there's of course gonna be one, you know. Yeah, if it is the usual that like about half an hour is gonna be taking to do 100 encounters, this might be the last one, but if it seems to be going a little bit faster, then I might be doing another one. Would it be nice to get into the Pumpkaboo hunt to 3,500, but it's not the end of the world if I can't get it. What's that? It's gonna be quite late. Indeed, you're supposed to be a 5%. What are you doing? Like once you find shiny of a thing, it's like they're everywhere. I mean, it could be also because I'm noticing them more often, because like I'm paying more attention to them. You know. But yeah, I probably will be like checking it out before next time I will be doing the Pumpkaboo hunt. What are gonna be the issue things on Old Cemetery if I do be getting this done? Like at some point, like weekly, maybe this or next week, then I can do some Old Cemetery, get a shiny in there. I probably will not be having like any target in there, because I will just be going probably with whatever weather it's there at that day. Just gonna be going for something. And yeah, it really depends. How is Pumpkaboo feeling? It's gonna be feeling shy. Or will it be there quickly? Never know. Jeez, my vlog has been today very much of a speaking mood. I know that it should be saying like every hour that you should be like getting up and move, because health things indeed, but jeez, it could be also because like it's low on battery, it's also complaining about that. Just have been very much of saying things today. Yep. I'm wondering, like, how few hours it's gonna be this year that we're gonna be having sunlight. Like, I don't know when, like, it's the worst for, like, sunlight. So I'm pretty sure that last year it was, like, for 5 hours a day. It was under 6 hours. It wasn't by that much, though. I don't know why, but now that I'm like seeing that it's indeed, you know, days getting shorter, in quotes, it's always have been a strange thing for me to say. Like, of course it makes sense that days are getting, like, you know, shorter. But, I don't know. It just sounds weird. It could be because in both, like, in Finnish and in English, like, the time of day for, like, daytime and, like, day is the same thing. So I'm always thinking that for whatever reason, like, especially when I was younger, I was always thinking that when people are saying that days are getting, like, shorter, that, you know, the day would be less than 24 hours. I don't know why. It, as I said, probably because it's you use the same term for the day as the time of day and the day as, like, today. In both languages even, like, that's a strange thing because you use the same thing. Like, surely you could be saying daylight every single time, but at the same time, can you be bothered to be saying it? Yeah. And you just love the weird things that indeed are a thing. Old sayings and such. Also, apparently, my watch is correct. The moon has already set today. Like, before the sun, even. I don't trust it. I mean, it could be right because, like, you can see about, like, you can see moon during the daytime, but weird. I guess it's, you know, winter being winter. I'm living quite a bit north. So no wonder that today is like a very, like, dark night then. I mean, of course, like, it looks different when you are looking through a window from inside. It always seems darker than it actually is. But then again, as I have been also talking about, that there has been storms here lately. AKA bunch of, just, like, here, just bunch of wind somewhere else. Rain even. Yeah. It do be interesting. Like, there hasn't been too many, like, clear nights lately at all. I was kind of thinking that maybe tonight would be because it was quite sunny for a while. Like, for a good few hours. Of course it doesn't mean anything. You know? Doesn't mean anything at all. Oh yeah, also can't be waiting Even though I don't hear it as much anymore, but can be hearing when, like in news, people are gonna be complaining that when they go to work, the sun hasn't, the sun isn't up yet, and when they get out of work, the sun has already gone down. I understand the complaint, but at the same time, like, is it really worth it to, complain about it? It's not like anything will be changing. I understand that it's upsetting and stuff like that, but it could be because it has never bothered me. Also, I'm hoping that indeed, if it's the case that there is indeed a chance for, if it's raining on Friday or Thursday to Friday, in between those 2 days, and if it's gonna be raining, it might be snow. I'm hoping that there is not gonna be any accidents. Because the biggest shocker for Finns is that winter is a thing, even though it has always been a thing. It's more of a thing because, you never know when exactly it's gonna be heating. And when it, like, if it's, like, actually bad and you should be having, winter tires on. That's more of what it's referring, but it's always funny to read the articles or the, like, just the, and, the header of it saying, winter shocked, Finns. Yeah, shocking. We live in North. It's just like, why? Every year. As I said, I would be more shocked if there wouldn't be winter. Or, like, more they are referring indeed into, like, you can't be really driving normally anymore, even though people, when it gets darker, they also don't know how to drive. And it's just... how? That's why you have lights on your car. So you can see. That also reminds me of, like, the people that don't know how to use, like, we call them, like, long distance lights on cars, because it indeed gets dark, so sometimes it's better to use, like lights that you can see farther with. When people don't know how to use them, they're using it like there is, like, you shouldn't be using them if there is, like, street lights, because, well, you don't really need them. Another thing is that if you see another car, you should be turning them off. Like, basic things like that make sense, But still, people don't know how to use them. And also those people that, like, add up more lights to, like, their long distance lights. Oh my god. They're so bright. It's just, like, we're jokingly saying that you're literally seeing, like, sun coming towards you because it's so light sometimes, like, so bright sometimes, the lights. Like, something like trucks, they make sense that they need to be having a lot of light, but, like, regular old car, I don't think that it needs to be, its own sun worth of light. But thankfully, I haven't really, even though I can be driving car, or cars, whatever, I can be driving cars indeed. I haven't been seeing too many people in the middle of the winter to not be having any lights on, because oh my god, that would be so dangerous. Like, I will say that if there wouldn't be street lights near me, I wouldn't be seeing outside probably anything. Like, at least last night was like that. It was so bad, like, if there wouldn't be any lights at all, I wouldn't be able to see anything. But thankfully, it helps when there is snow. Because snow, it will be reflecting the light, even though, you know, there might not be too much light going on at the middle of the night. But, you know, it still helps so much. That's why, like, everyone that I'm somewhat close to, every single time when, like, you know, winter time hits, they are gonna be, like, double checking that every light works. Because, you know, what if it's the situation that you can't be driving in a place that there is a bunch of street lights in? It would be good to know if there is, depending on where you are, like, I don't know, an elk coming through the road. Like, guess the problem is that probably if it's gonna be a big animal that you're gonna be hitting, you're gonna be more hurt than the animal will. Or at least your car will be. But yeah. Be careful if it indeed gets darker where you live, and always it's good to be having some sort of, I don't know what they are, I guess like reflectors or whatever, like things that, you know, cars can see you with. I don't actually know what they're called in English. We're basically just saying that they're reflectors because they reflect light, you know. Yes, at least in here, if it's like dark enough outside and you're not wearing like, I guess I will be saying reflectors or a reflector in a correct way, in a correct spot, and you will be indeed be hitting, the car will be hitting you, it's partly your fault. Because, you know, you should be wearing something so the car will be seeing you. I know that it's also the same thing, like if you're walking with dog, that the dog needs to be having some sort of a way to be seen each. And I'm assuming with cats as well. But not too many people walk with their cats, you know. But I mean, I would be assuming that it would be the same thing. Run away, nice. Yeah, I think it's about like indeed I can get done in like half an hour. Is around 100 encounters, which isn't too bad at all. Isn't too bad at all. Definitely not worse hunts. I mean, I think still probably one of my worst hunts that I remember on doing. I don't remember. I mean, currently the worst ones that I have are, or is the Farfetched hunt, which is around 100 encounters an hour, which it's not bad. But for some reason, it could be because I'm like misremembering it, but I think the PDSP Grand Underground was kind of a pain. For the reason being that, you know, I wasn't encountering everything. Because I wasn't looking for everything in there. And also because you could just get unlucky and there would be literally nothing in the room that you would like to encounter. But I mean, they weren't too bad though. I think still it was kind of the thing that I was still able to get like 100 encounters done in like hour-ish per average. But I think definitely the next time that I will be doing PDSP Grand Underground, I think I will try to boost the grass types even more. The problem is that I can't be really increasing them too much more because the grass boost is quite high already. I think it's the second best. But there's still gonna be other grass types apart from Turtwig there. And, you know, can't really be doing too much with it, you know. I am. What do be? What did you be? I still think if I will indeed on the Pumpkaboo hunt, I will be able to get like 800 done per stream. It's not too bad. The first time that I did do it, I did get 1000, but it was because I was only doing the Pumpkaboo and I don't really need to be waiting on anything else. You could just be, you know, checking the Pumpkaboos. Like, overall, just be getting, like, indeed, like 800 done is not too bad. As I said, it probably would be requiring, like, an extra hour, and I don't know. It could be because I'm getting sleepy usually during, like, at this time. And also, like, 7 hours. In some days it's not too bad, but 6 hours is definitely a thing that I can do. 7 hours is starting to be like indeed in there, like... I really need to be on the mood for it. Because indeed, when I do be streaming, I will usually just be doing shiny hunting, like consistently. I will not be having too many breaks. Of course, I will be having some breaks. But the good thing about shiny hunting is that if I need to stretch, I can do it at the same time that I'm doing encounters. Have just, you know, the Joy-Cons on both hands, do some stretching. There's only a few things that I need, like I necessarily need to be getting up for. Even though I try to get up at least once during a stream because, I mean, it's just healthy. Even though technically every 20 minutes you should be taking a little break. Yeah, but, you know. No, it's fine. I mean, I guess the most important part is that I'm, like, staying like far enough away from my like monitors. I mean, it's still not, of course, recommended to be staring monitors more than X amount of hours in a day. That's why you should be taking break every 20 minutes. What do you know? Time flies. But yeah, I remember like I don't remember who it was, but there was like some games that the people were like 100% speed running them, and they weren't like moving enough. So you know, the party will be telling you that you should be moving. Thankfully, nothing serious did happen, apart from like just recommended to just, you know, every once in a while to be getting up and a little bit moving. That's like, at least, yeah, like, it's not of course enough, but I mean, it's still better than nothing. That's why also usually when I'm done streaming, I try to go ahead and stand at least for a few minutes. And or just, you know, be ready to be doing like food. It's nice to move. Still, a thing that I do be remembering, my father was very much telling me when I was younger that, you know, human body isn't meant for sitting. Which is true. But at the same time, like, it's unfortunate that most of the things nowadays, like, almost force you to be sitting. Like, surely could I be having a table that would be able to make me stand and still be, you know, nice and comfortable and standing, you know, yeah. But also it's ridiculously expensive. That's the only downside to it, honestly. Like, I wouldn't mind that at all. It's just like, it's so expensive. Like, I would be glad to do it, but like, yeah. Maybe one day they'll become a little bit cheaper. I mean, most of the things eventually do. Like, I understand that it is expensive because, like, it's not the easiest thing to, you know, do. That's completely understandable. It is quite expensive, like, materials-wise, but it is such a shame that it's... as healthy as it is, it's very expensive. But I have seen that is kind of the case. That most of the time, if you want to be healthy, it's gonna be costing you. Like, it is a shame. Most of the time, like, you understand it, but, like, it would be nice. I've talked about it before that in here it's so ridiculously expensive to be trying to eat healthy. Because, like, healthy things cost a lot. Like, I understand that most, like, fruits and vegetables, they are, like, expensive because, like, we live in so much north, as I have been telling you. That, like, nothing really grows here most of the time. Because, you know, not too many crops stay like winter. Imagine if you would be able to grow a banana tree in the middle of the winter. And that's why, like, in, like, here you can see it very well that in winter times so many things are more expensive. Because you can't indeed be growing things from the ground anymore, you need to be having, like, you know, warmer places that are inside to be growing things. I mean, then there's, like, certain things that in here are all around the year pretty cheap, like potatoes, because they don't really care too much about cold. I mean, they do, but a lot less than most of things. That's why it's quite common in here that potatoes will be with every single meal that you will be eating. Because they are cheap. And it's not too hard to grow them if you also want to do that. And I guess it is kind of an old thing as well that, like, you know, since, like, before, at some point in the past, like, there wasn't, like, a way to be importing, like, goods from other places. So, like, what you have is what you have. Like, logical. Logical indeed. But yeah, only a few more encounters to go. And we do be done indeed for the day. It's pretty decent. 5.5 hours of hunting indeed. Yeah, as I said, tomorrow I will be finishing up the badge quest. As I said, I don't think that it should be taking more than 6 or 7 hours, if even that. If it is shorter, then I will be figuring something to do. But I would like to say that it's probably gonna be the entire stream worth of that, because I might be tired after the battles. Yeah. This hunt, both of these hunts, I think I will be continuing at some point this week. As I said, I don't know, will I be doing this once or twice this week, or will I be doing on one of the days that I could be doing this, like the Gudra hunt. Don't know. Of course, mostly goes by whatever I will be feeling. Yeah, if nothing else, then the Alpha Gudra Hunt will be continuing indeed from next Tuesday onwards, every single Tuesday, if I can. Because Scarlet Patch Quest will indeed be done. So I will be doing that instead. We shall see what I will be planning indeed. Surely something having a lot of fun at least. Okay. There we go. At least if nothing else, more people are streaming today, so more options to raid. I kind of already know. I did look at it before, so I know who to raid today. The last encounters. Will be a regular old Shinotti and a regular looking Pumpkaboo, who is very small. But yeah, it's gonna indeed be it for today. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Tomorrow indeed, Patch Quest will be done, no matter what. Yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!